natin sa kanya. Si Sir is a registered criminologist and certified security professional. So, may security agency ata si Sir sa sa Bicol. Tapos yung pinaka-ano niya is University Criminology Instructor, so Doctor of Philosophy in Criminal Justice, Master of Science in Criminology, and soon to be a lawyer. So once again, Ma'am Sir, let us all welcome Professor Augusto D. Taico. Sir, good morning po and welcome sa FIIC Off-Campus Region 5.
Hello, maray na adlaw sa inyong boss.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Maraldan po, sir.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Sir, narinig niyo po ako?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, thank you so much. So, before we start, it is with grace and honor to be invited as your guest lecturer in your fire and arson investigation course. So, thank you so much, Bicol Region, and I hope na we could have a better
sir, nakaupo yung video.
discussions. Hindi ba
Good morning, sir.
Hindi ba ako nakikita?
Wala. Wala po yung video, sir.
I think andyan na ako.
Wala ka po, sir, video.
Sir, negative po yung video mo.
Valid dalawa kaya yung gamit kong ano. Saglit. So, dito ka.
Okay na po sir, naka-monitor, naka-open naman po yung camera.
Bali kasi dalawa ang
Ma'am, sir,
ginamit
pakiharap
ko.
na lang po yung monitor ni...
Bali dalawa kaya yung ginagamit ko.
Okay. Okay, sir. Kita ka na po.
Okay na po?
Yes, sir.
Okay na, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning.
Okay na po, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning po. Sir,
Hindi niyo ba
Franklin
ako-
Tige, the class marcher. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Sir, okay na po.
Hindi niyo ba ako
Okay na
nakikita
yung
sa isang
audio
monitor?
mo. Sir, nakikita na po. Nakikita ka na po, sir, sa video.
Ang hirap kasi. Kala ko nakakonect yung ano ko sa yung computer ko. Yun pala yung cellphone ko yung nakakonect. So, okay na siguro yan. Okay, good morning once again. Sorry sa inconvenience.
Morning, sir. Sir, Fire Trinity Tige. Sir, naririnig
Yes.
po ako, sir?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you po. Fire Trinity Tige, class marcher of the day. PAE class 2020-10. Class mapagmatsyag with a total strength of 55. Actual strength po natin, sir, 53. Yung dalawa po, connecting pa sila. Ready for instruction, sir.
Okay, so once again, salamat ha. And hintayin na lang natin siguro yung dalawa niyong kaklase.
Opo, sir, kasi po, nagko-connect pa po sila, sir. Mahina daw po yung internet. Thank you
Oo.
po.
So, thank you so much.
Hello po, sir. Fire
Hello,
Trinity,
yes.
get na class marcher. Sir, ano po, okay na po yung monitoring na po yung, naka-monitor na po, sir, yung dalawa po.
I think we are ready to go and ready to start.
Yes, sir. Opo, sir, ready na po. Thank you, sir.
So, good morning once again, everyone in Bicol region. So, again, it is with grace and honor to be invited as your guest lecturer. So, sa Bicol din ako tumagal at nag-aral. No? So, malaki din ang pasalamatan ko sa Bicol region at marami din tayong naging kaibigan dyan. So before start, so thank you God na lahat tayo ay safe. I hope na matapos na itong pandemic at lahat ay magkaroon ng maayos at relax na buhay, no, after this on. So we start, no? So in the arson homicide investigation, so I would like to start in an Indian folk tale. So the blind man and the elephant. Each one perceived the elephant differently. In fire investigation, also is perceived differently by different investigators. To some, it is limited to determining whether a fire was criminally caused, and if so, apprehending and charging the perpetrator. Others broaden the interest somewhat to determining the specific cause of any fire. So, yun talaga yung pinaka-essence and essential part of being a fire investigator. To know the cause and origin of the fire. So, we cannot start the case without determining the cause of the fire or the origin of the fire. So, fire investigation should not be limited to solely determining the cause of the fire. The fire investigation should include the examination of all circumstances of the growth and extension of fire. In short, the cause of a fire is one matter. The cause of conflagration can be quite another, and maybe more important. So, the power and functions as mandated by law, the Bureau of Fire Protection shall have the power to investigate all causes of fire and if necessary, file the proper complaint with the prosecutor, city or provincial prosecutor who has jurisdiction over the case. So the task and responsibility of the fire and arson investigators are not only limited to conducting exhaustive investigation and filing of complaints with the prosecutor's office, but also includes the appearance and giving of testimonies before the court of law during legal proceedings. So it means na hindi lang talaga ang trabaho ng fire investigator ay nakapokus sa pag-alam ng apoy kung saan nagsimula at paano nagsimula. But it includes legal matters. So it is important that we must equip ourselves. Sabi nga natin, the officers in the Bureau of Fire are also considered as generalist. When you say generalist, hindi naman tayo specialized sa isang bagay lang, but we know everything. So it is provided in the rule that it is the prosecution.
Sir, permission to talk po.
Yes.
Sir. Sir, permission to talk. Sir, yung slide po, hindi po gumagalaw, sir.
Yes. Hindi po gumagalaw kasi introduction ko pa lang ito.
Okay, sir. Sorry po. Okay, sir.
Sige
Thank
po.
you. Sorry po.
Introduction ko pa lang po. Sige po. So, I'm very sorry. It is still my introduction po. So, it is provided in the rule that is in the prosecution has the burden of proof. So, bakit sinasabi ko ito? It's because as fire investigator, we are considered also part of the prosecution. So, the burden of proof rests upon in ourselves. So, kailangan natin ibigyan ng weight yung sinasabi natin or yung case natin mismo. And remember, the quantum of evidence is proof beyond reasonable doubt. So, just in case, so it is not presumptive aspect. Once proven, the maximum highest penalty for the commission of arson is of life imprisonment under our present law or current law, since there is the abolition of death penalty law by the late President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. So arson, so I know you're already familiar with this. So arson is a classic heinous crime that requires skill or skillful or skills. Kaya nga nagte-training tayo ini-equip natin yung sarili natin para magkaroon tayo ng advanced knowledge when it comes to fire investigation. Hindi lang skills ang kailangan natin na-acquire, but also scientific and systematic investigation procedures. So, pinaka-importante ito, So, alam naman natin, kapag hindi tayo sumunod sa systematic procedure natin, so that could affect our case in the prosecution and much more in the court. So, nakikita nyo ba? Nagano ang slide?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay, thank you. So in this lecture, so the learning objectives of our topic is to know and internalize the importance of arson homicide investigation. The second one is distinguish the difference of fire investigation from arson. Describe and explain the unique challenges of investigating. And Another is to establish the various motives that may be useful in the investigation. Another thing is that, as participants, we are able to know and familiarize the concept about the time and place of death of the victim in arson cases. Kasi hindi naman natin talaga maiwasan na sa isang sunog or fire incident ay merong nagbubuwis ng buhay. And the last one is to appreciate and elucidate the importance of admissibility of evidence in arson investigation. So that's all, our objectives for this topic. So fires, as a rule, are classified into 3. So why we need to classify the consequence or the destruction or effects of fire? Simply because we need to assess the effects or destructive effects of fire, and also to provide necessary actions and provide different approach on the classification or incidents of fire. So madali kasi na bigyan ng solusyon ang isang bagay kapag organized at sinusort out natin. So this classification are, first, those which are extinguished early and cause very little damage. Ito yung mga sunog na either naapula agad or na-detect agad or nabigyan agad ng necessary action. The second one is those extinguished but which produce considerable damage certain areas of the building or home. Ito talaga yung pangalawa ay sinasabi natin na mayroon ng significant damages or meron ng tinatawag natin na destructive effects. And the last one is those causing complete or almost destructions. So these are the classification or groups of fires according to its effects. Now, we'll discuss the essence or the significant difference of arson from fire investigation. So, fire investigation, it is said that it is considered as the totality of the process involving the determination of whether or not a fire occurrence is accidental, incendiary, or caused by natural causes. While arson investigation is considered as the art of proving and analyzing an incendiary fires, which is intended to identify, locate, and ultimately prosecute the perpetrator. So, if you observe or if you analyze deeply the definition of these two terms, it is, in conclusion, that arson investigation is under fire investigation. Remember that in order a certain incident or case to be considered arson, we must first exhaust all the situations or conditions concerning the causes of fire. So bago natin sabihin or i-conclude na ang isang sunog or isang insidente ng sunog ay arson, kailangan muna natin patunayan na hindi ito ay accidental or in a form of natural causes. And the time that we already distinguished and identified that the incident is not accidental and it is of incendiary aspect, then that's the time we can consider the start of the investigation of arson investigation. So the arson investigation includes also in the aims of criminal investigation, the identification of the suspect or perpetrator, the location, and if we already identify and locate the perpetrator, then it is time for us to prosecute the perpetrator in order to address the crime committed by that person. Okay? So, next is, hindi ba nauli yung slide ko at yung discussion?
Hindi naman po, sir.
Okay, thank
Tama
you.
po, sir.
Okay. So, what is the art of investigation in arson? So, the art of investigation of arson involves the dedicated study of fire damage, physical evidence, and crime scene to detect arson. The techniques involved in such investigation requires a basic grounding in chemistry of fire. We already know that as a fire officer. So, simula pala ng pagpasok natin ng Bureau of Fire ay tinuro na ito sa atin. Besides the chemistry of fire, the materials used in the formation of fire also, as well as the various ways in which fires are interrelated and initiated. So that is the explanation by the Forensic Science Resources 2000. The investigation into a possible arson starts with the fire itself. Yes, it is correct that in order to consider the fire as an arson, there should be a fire. Diba? But in legal aspect, in legal way, so hindi naman natin pwede sabihin na kapag walang sunog or walang apoy, hindi na siya ma-consider as arson. Remember, in our level or stages on the commission of the crime, we have what we call attempted stage. So to create and sustain fire, 3 factors must be present. Very familiar, no? These 3 factors are known as the fire triangle or the triangle of fire. So we're already also familiar with that, the fire triangle theory and the fire tetrahedron theory. The fire triangle consists of oxygen, a fuel source, and in heat. In most cases, the percentage of oxygen concentration must be above 16%. So, in order to start the fire. So, kapag below 16% ang oxygen ng isang bagay, so there is possibility na hindi magkakaroon ng apoy. So, the fuel may be any flammable substance. The heat source is only to match ignition temperature of the fuel. So, kasi alam naman natin kapag basa yung isang bagay, hindi naman talaga yan masusunog unless you use trailers or accelerants. In fire involving arson, the arsonist will have altered one or more factors in the fire triangle. The arsonist may increase the fuel load by introducing some types of flammable materials such as kerosene, gasoline, or alcohol. The person setting the fire may increase the oxygen intake of a structure by opening the windows or cutting or punching holes in ceilings or walls. Kasi nga, sabi ko nga, kapag kulang sa oxygen yung isang bagay, hindi ito masusunog. Fire will follow the highest concentration of oxygen to its source by ventilating a structure at the top and starting a fire at the bottom. So we already know that about ventilation or ventilating the certain materials. Arson is a very dangerous crime. Arson accounts for $1 million or billions of pesos in lost or damaged property annually. Diba? So recent nga lang, Star City nasunog. But only about certain percent of arson-related cases result in arrest. So ganun kahirap i-handle yung arson cases. A fire is only considered arson after all, remember this, after all accidental causes has been ruled out. So, bago tayo magpunta sa arson, kailangan mo natin i-exhaust, patunayan. So, what constitute arson? So, paano natin sasabihin or paano natin masabi na yung isang sunog ay a crime of arson or arson na? So, first is, there must be burning. But it doesn't necessarily literally mean that when you say burning, kailangan talaga may apoy. It could be, we can say that the intention is to start to burn. Pwede, no? The next one is willfulness. So, kailangan ang burning at willfulness ay magkasama in order to constitute arson. Kasi kapag walang willfulness at merong burning, therefore, it is not considered arson. Kaya nga, titingnan natin palagi yung motibo ng isang tao at ang intention niya sa pag-create ng apoy. So, doon tayo magkukuha or maghuhugot ng konsepto sa ating investigasyon. So, when you say willfulness, it is done purposely with intention or walang pumilit sa kanya para gawin itong isang bagay. The third one is motive. Motive is the moving cause that induce the commission of a crime. Usually, motive includes emotions or feelings of a person. Example is, galit ka, no? The next is malice. Malice is considered as an evil act. Malice must be with intent. Kasi magsabi ka kasi malice, it is an intent or evil intent. So, these are the following aspects in order to constitute arson. Remember that motive is not an essential aspect for elements of a crime. Rather, it is intent. Motive and intent is different. Sometimes, some of the prosecutors consider motive as an immaterial aspect of the crime. But most of the prosecutors sees motive as a significant aspect. So, nakakatulong din siya. But in criminal aspect, motive is immaterial. Sabihin na lang natin na ang motibo ay isang substance na lang ng isang krimen or sa isang kaso. So, intent in criminal law is synonymous with mens rea, no? Or what we call criminal intent. No? So, which means, no, it states the liability which is enforced by law as an element of crime. Kaya nga sinasabi ko kanina, intent is an element of crime. Intent is necessary in order to constitute arson. While motive instead is the reasons, no? The accused, no? Forces or pushes to commit a certain crime. So, though we often use two terms interchangeably, so pag nag-uusap tayo minsan, but in criminal law, we provide a significant difference between the two. So, intent or the intention of person is the element of affecting criminal liability. Once na may intent, ibig sabihin, naka-attach na agad doon yung liability ng isang tao. So, intention of person is the element for affecting criminal liability. It must be proven beyond reasonable doubt. While in contrary, the motive is not the primary element for affecting culpability, and so it not be proven. So that is the significant difference of arsons, no? When it comes to the aspect, no, between motive and intent. So now, what is arson? So I know, no, sa tagal-tagal naman natin sa serbisyo, I think we already know this. No? So sabi nga ni Dempsey and ni Bennett and Hees, arson is a generic term. Generic term used for the setting of a deliberate, malicious fire to damage property and generally that of another person. While in our Philippine setting, under Presidential Decree 1613, Section 1, it is defined as a willful, malicious burning of property. The word property, it does not signify only the property of another, but it also consider the own property of the perpetrator. So hindi lang property ang sinasabi natin na pwede sunugin or masunog, ay pwede din ang property na pagmamay-ari mismo ang gumawa ng sunog. So, arson is defined as intentional or malicious destruction of property by fire. It is also defined as the criminal burning of property. So, that is defined by under the Criminal Investigation Manual, revised in 2011. So, what are arsons? No? Is there other form of arsons? So, in the Philippines, we categorize arson into two aspects. So, there are two categories of crime of arson. First is destructive arson, and the second one is simple arson. So what is destructive arson? So destructive arson under Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code as amended by Republic Act number 7659, an act to impose death penalty, and amending for the purpose the revised penal laws as amended, and again, other special laws and for other purposes. While simple arson is defined also under Presidential Decree number 1613. Said classification is based on the kind, klase, character, and location of the property burned. Yun ang pagkakaiba daw ng destructive at simple arson, regardless of the value of the damage caused. So, in arson, we have a lot of jurisprudential cases by the Supreme Court. It is discussed in the case of People versus Malngan, GR number 170470. Sabi niya nga doon sa classification ng dalawang arson, it is based on kind. So, klase, karakter, and location ng bagay na or property na sinunog. So, what are the distinction? Specific distinction of simple and destructive arson. The nature of destructive arson is distinguished from simple arson by the degree. Okay, by the degree of perversity and viciousness of the criminal offender. So the acts under Article 320 of Revised Penal Code as amended, constituting destructive arson, are characterized as heinous for being grievous, odious, and hateful offenses. When you say grievous or odious, evil in nature, no? So, what I mean when you say destructive, no? In which, by reason of this inherent or manifest wickedness, yung kasamaan, yun ang definition ng destructive arson. It manifests wickedness, viciousness, atrocity, pagka-traidor, no? And perversity, are repugnant and outrageous to the common standards and norms of decency and morality in a just, civilized, and order society. So magsabi ka destructive arson, so hindi siya nababagay sabihin na sa ating norm, normal standard or norms bilang isang civilized person. Kasi in the sense that it is odious, no? Walang awa or may pagkademonyo. So that is destructive arson. On the other hand, acts committed under Presidential Decree 163 constituting simple arson are crimes with a lesser degree of perversity and viciousness. When you say lesser degree, mababa, that the law punishes with a lesser penalty, which in other words, simple arson contemplates crimes with less significant in social, economic, political, and national security implications than destructive arsons. So tandaan nyo, no? Na when you say destructive arsons, it really affects the social aspect or life of a particular society. Not only social life, but includes economic, political, and national security. Yun ang wala ang simple arson. However, acts falling under simple arson may nevertheless be converted into destructive arson depending on the qualifying circumstances present. Sinasabi din daw ng batas natin na yung simple arson ay pwede maging destructive arson base sa circumstances na pinapakita nito. So it is discussed in the case of People versus Mangan. GR number 170470, September 26, 2006, and also discussed in the case of People versus Macabando, GR number 188708, July 31, 2013. Yung sinasabi dito or ini-explain or dinidiscuss ng kaso na ito, na yung simple arson pala ay pwede din maging destructive arson. Base doon sa mga circumstances na pinapakita ng insidente or ng krimen. So now we'll discuss any person who willfully and maliciously burns is an arsonist. Yes. When we pertain to a person who commits an arson, is considered arsonist. And as an incendiary fire. When you say incendiary fire, it pertains to the intention to start a fire or the act to start a fire. It is accompanied by using any forms of either accelerants or trailers. So, arson is a difficult crime to investigate because of its destructive nature. So, that is according to Saperstein, 2004. And this also calls for a great deal of training and knowledge on the part of those who seek to research the act and catch the actor. It is difficult, sabi nga ni Saperstein, because in a crime of arson, it destroys everything. So, just in case, kahit evidence ay nasusunog. So, in arson, what are the elements in order to consider that a particular arsonist committed arson? It is said that we must have, or the fire must have, an actual burning took place in a specific property. The actual burning is done with malicious intent, and the actual burning is done by persons legally and criminally liable. So, just in case, yung tao na nag-commit ang isang bagay without legal aspect, that will not consider arson. So, what are the factors? So, we already discussed or pinpoint or pointed out the elements of arson. So, in order to establish a complete arson investigation, we need to carry out certain actions. So, first is the what of investigation. or the cause that which fire starts. It is the determination of the origin of the fire. And the second one is the why of investigation. So the why of investigation is the reasons which lead to the cause of a fire. No? A motive leading to the actions. So in determining the motive, we establish the stages or levels of the commission of arson. So we already know this in our criminology days or based on our experience. So in determining, first we have the attempted arson. The second one is prostrated arson. And the third one is consummated arson. So itong aspect na ito kasi ay conflicting. Marami kasing conflicting issues dito with regards to the stages or levels of offense of arson. Bakit? So in the legal parlance, they consider that there is no prostrated arson in arson, But I know in the Bureau of Fire manual or aspect, we consider the prostrated arson. So first is attempted arson. Example of this is you get a rag and soak it in a kerosene with intent. So hindi talaga nawawala palagi yung intent. With intent to burn the house of B, his enemy. The motive there is that he is angry or he is jealous to his or her enemy. The intent is to burn the property of his enemy because of anger, spite, or revenge. A, put the rag in a combustible portion of B or B's house, and when in the act of striking his match, in order to burn the rag soaked with kerosene, A is arrested by either police or by an officer who happened to pass by. So that is attempted arson. Remember, in the definition of arson, we tackle about burning. Burning in arson, it does not literally mean na may sunog or may apoy talaga na nangyari. The intention to create fire is enough in order to consider attempted arson. A begins the commission of the felony directly by overt acts. What is the overt acts in the attempted arson? When you say overt acts in criminal law, it pertains to the bodily movement. Bodily movement. Ang criminal law kasi natin hindi nagpapunish yung mga bagay na iniisip lang natin. So, the overt act pertains to the movement of the body. Ano yun? Ito yung paggamit niya ng mga trapo, na binasa niya or nilagyan niya ng gas, gasolina, or other materials na makakatulong para masunog ang trapo. But before she starts the fire, he was arrested. So you see, wala pang apoy doon. But there is an intent to burn a property. Then the next is prostrated arson. So in prostrated arson, example is A, with intent to burn, put the rag, soak with kerosene in the combustible parts of B's house. A, light the rag, and while it is burning, A runs away before the fire from the rag consumes any part of the house. B, which is the enemy of A, discover it and extinguish the fire. Ito daw yung sa prostrated arson. A had already performed all the acts of execution. Nagawa niya na lahat. Binasa niya ng gasolina, yung trapo, at sinindihan. It so happened na yung pagkasunog ng trapo na papunta sa bahay ay napigilan ni Mr. B. So remember, in order to consider arson as prostrated, the acts of execution is necessary to produce the felony of arson. But the felony was not produced by the reason of the timely arrival of B. Kasi kung hindi dumating si B, hindi nasunog talaga yung bahay. Which is, remember, independent of the will of A. Ibig sabihin, walang kinalaman doon si A or si Mr. A sa pagpigil ng apoy. Kasi iba namang usapan yon na nagsindi siya ng trapo na may gasolina at nung nasusunog na, siya din ang pumatay. And the third one is consummated arson. Example of this is A or Mr. A with intent to burn lights a rag soaked with kerosene in the combustible part of B's house, but before the fire was extinguished by B, it had already burned small portion of the house. So it doesn't necessarily mean sa consummated stage or sa level of offense of arson na kailangan matupok or maging abo yung isang bahay. It is enough na may nasunog na parte ng bahay. Thus, it will constitute a crime of consummated arson. So sabi ko nga, maraming conflicting issues with regards to this. Meron ba talagang prostrated arson? So if there is a poll as to the most controversial questions with regards to this, these questions rank number 1. Kasi wala pa tayong jurisprudence with regards to this. This is highly divisive question and has stirred debates. So, grabe ang debate dito with regards to prostration or prostrated arson. So, this is the necessary result of the Supreme Court's flip-flopping on its decision on the presence of fire. Kasi kahit yung Supreme Court, hindi pa nakapagbigay ng jurisprudential decision with regards to this. Further adding the confusion in the Court of Appeals on version. This time in attempted stage, in one case, it rendered a decision of attempted arson when there was a fire. In another case, its decision was attempted arson even before there was a fire. So nakakalito talaga, no? Kasi yung Court of Appeals nagbigay ng dalawang decision with regards to this case of arson. Nagbigay siya ng decision. Una, sinasabi dito na attempted arson pero wala man nasunog or walang may nasunog. Pangalawa, na decision ng Court of Appeals, nagbigay siya ng attempted arson na may nasunog. So, gano'n, no? So, the full discussion of this case will taken in another, no? Before delving into the issue, it is good to put a demarcation line, no? So, lagyan natin ng barrier, no? Ano ba talaga, no? So, there is a debate, no, between the groups, the prostrated arson group and the no prostrated arson group. Sa prostrated arson group, ito ay diniscuss, no, ni Justice Luis B. Reyes. And it includes, no, in other certain aspect of the San Beda College of Law. In no prostrated arson group, no, kasama dito si Attorney Leonor D. Buado. It also can be seen in the University of the Philippines Bar Operation 2008. Also included in the Ateneo de Manila University Bar 2011 notes. So ito yung dalawa, no? So ano nga sila, no? So knowing the proponents and opponents of this issue will need further explaining to do why this schism or conflict between the two. Kasi nagkakaroon sila ng debate or diskusyon kung meron ba talagang prostrated arson or walang prostrated arson. So una, sabi dito ng unang grupo, why there is no prostrated arson? So in careful reading of the materials from the advocates of this stance reveals that their basis in personal opinion. Remember, no, in the prostrated no prostrated arson group, they provide their own opinion only. No? For emphasis, there is no jurisprudence. Magsabi ka jurisprudence, ito yung mga cases baga na decided by the court. So wala pa daw, no? So that expressly supports the stand. So example of this is by Attorney Leonor D. Buado. Kasi yung stand ni Attorney Leonor Buado, nagsasabi sila na walang prostrated arson. So in the book of Attorney Leonor Buado, Notes and Cases on the Revised Penal Code, Book 1 and Book 2, listed arson as among the crimes that cannot be committed in the prostrated stage. Sabi niya, no? She reasoned out that arson is defined as the burning of property. Hence, the moment burning occurs, even if a small portion only, the offense is consummated. But remember, wala pa tayong jurisprudence, no, with regards to that. The second one, no, under no prostrated arson group is the UP or University Bar Operations. Included arson as among the crimes which do not admit, hindi tinatanggap, no, of prostrated stage of arson. One cannot say that the offender in a crime of arson has already performed all the acts of execution which could produce the destruction of the premises through the use of fire unless a part of the premises has begun to burn. If it has not begun to burn, kung wala nagsimula or walang apoy na nagsimula, that means that the offender has yet to perform all the acts of execution. Ibig sabihin, kung wala pang apoy na nagsimula, so it is considered as attempted stage pa lang daw. But, sabi niya, on the other hand, the moment it begins to burn, the crime is consummated. So kapag nagkaroon na daw nagsimula na ng apoy, so consummated na daw ito. And again, wala pa itong jurisprudence, no? Wala pang cases, no? Decided by the courts or the higher courts or the Supreme Courts with regard to this. And the last one, under the group of there is no prostrated arson, is discussed and stated in the Ateneo Manila University Bar. Arson is listed as one of the crimes where no prostrated stage exists. Wala daw. Walang prostrated. So, ibig sabihin, sa arson, dalawa lang ang stages of commission of offense. Either attempted and consummated. Ang rason is that the moment burning occurs, even for a small portion only, the offense is consummated rather. All overt acts prior to burning, attempted stage, is done. So kapag nagkaroon na daw ng sunog, or nagkaroon na talaga ng apoy, consummated na daw ito. But remember again, under this schism or debate, wala pang jurisprudence na nagsasabi dito. Or wala pang kaso na decided case with regards to this. Next, we'll proceed to the group who discuss that there is prostrated arson. Yung una na diniscuss natin ay about sa discussion na bakit walang prostrated arson. I think na nasusundan nyo, no? Yung pangalawang discussion natin ngayon ay sinasabi ng pangalawang grupo na merong prostrated arson. So sa stages of the commission of crime of arson, merong tatlo daw. Attempted, prostrated, and consummated. So the advocates, when you say the advocates, sila yung nagsasabi, no? Sila yung nagbibigay argumento. Sila yung nagsusupport, no? Sa argument na merong prostrated arson. Kasi ang issue lang naman sa arson, wala daw prostrated eh. So, this side of the argument has jurisprudence to support. Below are the arguments of the advocates with the corresponding support. Ito naman ang pinagkaiba, no, ng discussion nila with regards to the prostration stage ng arson. Sabi nila, merong prostrated arson at ito ay merong jurisprudential support. Ibig sabihin, may decided case ito. It so happen, itong decided case ito ay hindi pa sa time ng Philippine government. No? Na susundan? So, retired associate, okay. So, retired associate justice Florence D. Regalado. So, may tig-cite siya na jurisprudence or decided case when it comes to prostrated arson. Kasi isa siya sa mga proponent or advocate na nagsasabi na, no, there is prostrated arson. One of the jurisprudence of this case is U.S. versus Valdez. It so happen na ito ay under the US government pa, no? US versus Valdez, 39, Philippines 240, stated that if rags were set afire in order to burn the building, but no part thereof was burned, the crime is prostrated. So I think na medyo klaro na. Ang sabi daw ni Justice or ni Associate Justice Regalado, ang isa sa mga basihan niya kung bakit meron daw prostrated arson ay ito ay diniscuss or binigyan diin sa desisyon ng kaso versus US versus Valdez. Na sinasabi dito, kapag yung trapo, basahan, no, soak, no, in the kerosene or soak with the gasoline at sinindihan, no, pero walang nasunog na parte ng bahay or any property, then that is considered prostrated arson. Another proponent and advocate ng prostrated arson is retired Chief Justice Ramon C. Aquino and retired Associate Justice Carolina C. Grino Aquino. Sinasabi nila na the fact of having set fire to some rags and jute sacks, ito yung tawag ito? Ng palay, no, di ba? Yung natanggalan na ng no? Soak in kerosene oil and place near the partition of the entresol of an inhabited house, should not be qualified as consummated arson, inasmuch as no part of the house had begun to burn. Although the fire would have started in the said partition had it not been extinguished on time. Again, this comment was made in reference to US versus Valdez. Yung mga jurisprudential case in support to their claim, ang ginamit nila ay yung kay US versus Valdez. Na sinasabi nila na kapag yung isang bagay or ginamit na accelerant ay nasunog pero walang parte ng bahay na nasunog or property, then that is considered prostrated arson. Another is retired Associate Justice Luis B. Reyes. It is very important, no? Kasi sa arson investigation nyo, to establish the case, no? Either it is attempted, prostrated, or consummated. So, another is Justice Associate Luis B. Reyes stated, the fact of having fire to some rags and jutes, soaking kerosene and placing them near the wooden partition of the house should not be qualified as consummated arson, inasmuch as no part of the house began to burn. Remember, he said, it is only prostrated arson. Again, he cites the Valdez case. He made a clear-cut division between prostrated and consummated. Thus, he said, if there was blaze, kapag merong apoy, merong sunog, pero walang nasunog na parte ng bahay, the crime of arson is prostrated. If any part of the house, no matter how small, is burned, the crime of arson is consummated. Sabi din niya, in addition, kapag daw isang parte ng bahay ay may nasunog, maliit man yan or malaki, ay ito na ang consummated. So that is the schism between the the prostrated or the demarcation line between attempted, prostrated, and consummated arson. Now, so magtatanong kayo sa akin, sir, so kapag nag-imbestiga kami ng arson case, ano ba talaga? Attempted, prostrated, or consummated? So again, sinasabi ko, ay wala pang decided case mismo. Both, dalawang aspeto, no? Dalawang aspeto ng debate or ng schism or ng opinion. Yung una kasi, sabi ko, is about there is no prostrated arson. Yung pangalawa is there is prostrated arson. Itong dalawa na opinion or discussion about prostrated arson ay wala pang decided cases in the Philippines or standard decided cases or jurisprudential case. It so happen, yung pinagkaiba ng with arson, with prostrated arson is that yung basihan nila sa pag-decide nito is that merong decided case pala during the time of US versus Valdez. Ito yung during the time ng Commonwealth natin. So yun ang isa sa mga basihan ng with prostrated arson group. Okay? I think medyo clear ba? So, sir, ano ang gagawin namin? So, the essence is that let the court decide the case. Let the court decide the case. So, kung ilagay nyo na prostrated arson, so it depends on the court, no? Or it depends on the interpretation of the court with regards to that legal matters. So, the higher the stage, no? So the higher the penalty, sir. It is your discretion, no? As a fire investigator in filing a case with regards to that. As long itong diniscuss natin ay meron na kayong demarcation line, meron na kayong idea, at meron na kayong guides, no? When it comes to that particular aspect. I think nakasunod ba tayo doon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much. So next is in these factors, no, the what and why, no, in determining the investigations with regards to stages and motives of crime, both required to qualify the fire and to provide guidance in establishing corrective action. Kaya diniscuss ko yung stages of arson. Corrective action to preclude a recurrence of the incidents. Okay. So, let us proceed. So, motives in arson. So, sabi ko, motives is not immaterial to the crime, but it is significant to the crime. Sabi ko, immaterial. Sabi niya, it doesn't necessarily mean, kumbaga, kung ikaw yung investigating officer, hindi mo na kailangan tanungin, bakit ginawa mo yan? The act itself constitute a crime. Diba? Parang ganito. May hawak ka na drugs. So it is not what we call, it is not with you, natatanungin mo pa na bakit may hawak kang or meron kang drugs. The mere possession of that particular drug constitute a crime. So, hindi mo na kailangan tanungin na bakit mahawak mo yung drugs or baril or deadly weapon or whatsoever, because motive in that particular crime is immaterial. But if you file a case, no, it is significant because some prosecutors, no, really, no, check, no, include the motive of that particular crime, especially in arson. Kasi doon sila magbabase kung anong penalty, no, ang ibibigay nila. So, as much as possible, para safe tayo, as an investigator, we will include everything. We think that this aspect is necessary or important in our investigation, so we will include that. Wala naman mawawala sa atin kapag we properly procure that particular aspect. When you say properly, so sinusunod natin yung legal na aspeto. Wala tayong talo dyan. So there are many reasons why arson be committed. So including but not limited to revenge or ganti. No? So ganti or revenge is considered a motive. No? Jealousy, excitement, harassment, intimidation, defrauding. Ang defrauding, ito isa sa mga common din na aspeto ng motivation or motive in arson. Di ba? Alam naman natin yan, defraud. For example, naka-insured yung bahay natin ng ilang milyon or yung property natin or example, no? So diyan sa Naga, no, di ba? May mga property diyan na nasunog, di ba? For academic discussion only, example, no, yung Master Square ba yan? Diyan sa lapit papuntang LCC, di ba nasunog yan dati? So example, if you want to defraud the insurer or just in case yung insurer mismo ay kakuntsaba mo, so that will be considered also a motive of arson. Yan ang sabi ko nga, yung motive is different from intent because the motive directly pinpoints on the emotional aspect of that person, while the intent is to burn the property, while the motive is to defraud, to intimidate, to harass, no? Or because of revenge, or because of excitement, jealousy, no? Or that particular persons who create or set the fire suffered from mental disturbance. So, meron tayong, ano, no? So, in revenge cases, the fire is set to get back at someone for something that was done to the injured. Maybe to feel justice on their part. Oh, for example, parang nag-agrabyado ka. Then, you feel or you tend that by burning the property of that person, nakuha mo yung hustisya para sa part mo. Kasi dahil, for example, ininsulto ka, no? May ginawa sa yung hindi maganda, so sinunog mo. So that is revenge. That is the motive of your action in burning that particular house or committing arson. Yung motive mo sa pagsunog na bahay is revenge. And your intent is to burn that house or property para makuha mo yung hustisya na hinahanap mo dahil ininsulto ka niya or ginalit ka niya or niloko ka niya. Okay? In jealousy case, the fire starter may be jealous of wealth. So, mayaman siya masado, beauty, or a successful relationship, a job, or any number of other things. So, alam naman natin, minsan ang inggit, hindi natin maiiwasan, no? Kahit minsan, kahit ako, naiinggit din ako minsan, no? Hindi natin maiiwasan yan kasi minsan, we are just human, but these emotions and mental aspect or mental state, no, natin is or must be controlled. That's make us a rational being or a rational person. Kasi kapag hindi mo yan nakokontrol yung emotion mo, then you are not considered as a rational person. The next is in incitement cases, na-excite, perpetrators are often very bored or just looking for something interesting. They usually don't mean to set a fire or cause any serious damage, but because of excitement. Ito yung mga tao baga na suffer from something, emotional aspect, such as pyromaniacs. And the next is harassment. Harassment is also considered as emotive. In order to create intimidation, fires are set to scare or warn someone. Just like for example, yung mga kaibigan natin dyan sa bundok, kapag hindi ka nagbigay ng tinatawag nila na revolutionary tax, susunugin nila yung property mo. So, in order na para hindi masunog yung property mo, magbibigay ka, no? So, that is intimidation. Some people set fires to old, abandoned, or other properties. So, that is motives. Yung diniscuss ko ay isang aspeto lang ng motives for arson. But we have different type of motives for arson. Tig-categorize ito. Tig-categorize ito ni Dr. Stimets yung mga diniscuss ko. So we have, through precedent, long use and general agreement among arson investigators, become familiar with and accepted the 5 general classification of motives for arson set forth by Dr. R.C. Stimets in his Arson in Times of War. Ano ito? Ang 5. Na classification. Kung sabi ka classification, so maraming type ng motibo sa pagsunog, di ba? O paggawa ng arson. Ngayon, itong mga tema na pagsunog ay tig-classify niya, tig-grupo niya para hindi mahirap i-identify. So the first classification of motives by Dr. Stimets, in his book Arson in Times of War is economic gain, wherein the assured benefits directly. Economic gain, means assured, yung nagmamayari ng property ay nagkaroon ng benepisyo mismo. For example, your property is insured, with a particular aspect. You benefited with that act. The second one is economic gain. Assured is innocent party, but the perpetrator benefits directly or indirectly. So ito ay ibig sabihin na yung may-ari ng property ay inosente or hindi niya ginawa yung pagsunog, pagkos ginawa ng iba. At yung iba na gumawa ng pagsunog sa property ay siya mismo ang nag-benepisyo. The third one is personal satisfaction, attainment of goal, or furtherance of a cause. Ito yung mga binanggit natin kanina, The fourth one is very common, na classification ni Dr. Stimets in motives of arson. Concealment of some other criminal act. Yung pag-commit ng arson ay pangalawa na lang doon sa principal crime na commit nila. Example, pinatay nila yung isang kaibigan nila or kakilala or contractor or business partner, and in order to hide or conceal their criminal acts, sinunog nila ito. Is either, for example, sinunog nila yung sasakyan, sinunog nila sa loob ng bahay, o sinunog nila sa isang property. That is another classification of motives of arson. And the last one is arson by mentally afflicted. Ito yung sinasabi ko na those persons who suffer from mental disturbance. In short, no, so alam naman natin na either baliw, or those persons who suffering from what we call deviant behavior, just as pyromaniacs. So these are the motives for arson as discussed by Dr. Steinmetz. He classified, so inipon-ipon niya lahat ang motibo o klase ng motibo ng arson, inipon niya lahat at i-grupo niya, i-classify niya. Gumawa siya ng tema, then in-include niya na doon. So next is in addition to the presentation in the Philippines, we have a supplemental guidelines on arson or law on arson. So we have, I think, 5, no? We have also 5 supplemental guidelines. Ano ito ang mga supplemental guidelines natin, no, on arson? Sabi dito, arson is established by proving the corpus delicti. When you say corpus delicti, so alam naman natin yan, no? We are, most of us are, criminology, or even you are not criminology, you are very familiar with this. We are in the law enforcement, service. So the body of crime or corpus delicti, usually in the form of circumstantial evidence, such as the criminal agency, the substance use, like gasoline or other combustible materials which cause the fire, or it can also be in the form of electrical wires, mechanical or electronic contrivance designed to start a fire, or ashes or traces of such objects which are found in the ruins of the burned premises. So sinasabi dito, may establish natin makakabuo tayo. Mabubuo natin yung arson, or maipoprove natin yung arson by using the corpus delicti or body of the crime by circumstantial evidence. So kasi maraming klase ng evidence in proving arson. We have direct evidence, documentary evidence, object evidence, circumstantial evidence, positive evidence, which can be used in order to prove the crime of arson. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, if the crime of arson was employed by the offender as a means to kill the offended party, the crime committed is murder. Pangalawa na lang yung arson. So, for example, sinunog niya yung bahay para mapatay niya si Mr. Juan de la Cruz or si Mr. X, then that is considered as murder. Why? The burning of the property as the means to kill the victim is what is contemplated by the word fire under Article 248 of the Revised Penal Code, which qualifies the crime of murder. Okay? So, makikita natin yan, no? Article 248, no? Ng RPC natin. Kapag yung pagpatay ng tao ay ginamitan sa pamamagitan ng pagsunog ng bahay, kasi una, babalik na naman tayo doon sa elements and motives ng arson. Yung motibo niya, no? The motive itself is, I think, anger or revenge. And the intent is to kill a person by using fire. So, ginamit niya lang yung apoy para patayin si Juan de la Cruz. Hindi na sunugin yung property. I think medyo clear na. I think it is clear. Guys? Sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, the crime is murder, not arson, no? Under Article 248. When another is when the burning of property was done by the offender only to cause damage, but the arson resulted in the death of the person, the crime committed is still arson, because the death of the victim is a mere consequence and not the intention of the offender. So, vice versa, baliktad. Pabalik na naman tayo ulit sa intent and motive. Ang gusto niya, motive niya is either revenge, hatred, jealousy, and the intent is to burn the house. It so happen na si Mr. Juan de la Cruz ay nasa loob ng bahay at the time na nasunog ang bahay at namatay siya. So, the essence is that the death or the homicide or the death of that person is absorbed in the crime of arson. So, may i-discuss ako dyan sa inyo, no, with regards to that. Sir, meron bang special complex crime of arson? Baka may magtanong sa inyo mamaya, no? So, that is, no? So, there is also conflicting issues with regards to that. Na, sir, what if si Juan de la Cruz, sir, no? Sinunog niya yung bahay ni Mr. X. It so happen na andun pala sa loob yung mga tao. So, namatay din sila, no? Sa pagsunog. Okay, no? We'll discuss that. So, that is arson, no? Vice versa. Yung kanina, sinunog niya yung bahay para mapatay. Yung pangalawa, yung ngayon, sinunog niya yung bahay. No? Pero, namatay si Juan de la Cruz. Okay? It is clear? Another thing is that there is no special complex crime of arson with homicide. Tandaan, what matters in resolving cases involving arson is the criminal intent of the offender. Tandaan palagi criminal intent of the offender. Kaya nga kanina, habang nagdi-discuss ako, bumalik agad ako sa intent ng tao. So that is very important in arson investigation. Then another is that the last, when the burning of one's property results from reckless imprudence, kapabayaan, and it leads to serious physical injuries and or damage to property of another, the penalty to be imposed shall not be for the crime of arson under Presidential Decree 1613, but rather the penalty shall be based on Article 365 of the Revised Penal Code as if felony committed by means of culpa. May say culpa or fault, no, di ba? Culpa or fault or kapabayaan, no? Imprudence and negligence, and thus it will result to reckless imprudence resulted to damage of property or to property, or reckless imprudence resulted to serious physical injuries. Or kung marami, multiple. No? So it is clear?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no? So, ano na lang ito, konti na lang. Then, after this, after arson investigation, we will have a short break. Then, after a short break, we will discuss again the part 2 of our lecture about arson homicide investigation. So, yung pangalawa. So, okay? Okay na ba yan sa inyo?
Okay po, sir.
Okay. So next is the investigation. So an arson investigation is basically focuses on 4 areas. What are the 4 areas in investigation? First is proof of incendiarism. So it comes from an examination of the fire scene by a qualified cause and origin expert, which is the arson investigator. Proof. No? We say proof, yung basihan mo, yung katotohanan, na yung sunog is an incendiary one. When you say incendiary, it pertains to, or incendiarism pertains to malicious burning. So, incendiarism yan. Malicious burning to destroy property. The next one is proof of opportunity. Proof of opportunity focuses on the security of the building when the fire was discovered and who had access to that particular. So, alam naman natin, minsan, yung perpetrator ay either employee, staff, or manager, or the owner of that particular establishment or property. Then, the third one is the proof of motive. Motive. So, iba yung motive, again, sa intent. Motive, either, example of this, focuses on the insured financial conditions, profit or loss for operation and cash flows. So, sinunog niya yung property niya because, ano yung, motive? Or what is the circumstantial conditions doon sa pagsunog niya ng property niya? Yung pagkalugi, pagkalugi ng property niya. So, in the sense na nalulugi yung property niya, and yung property niya naman ay naka-insured. Sabihin natin ilang milyon yan, insured sa insurance company, yung property niya. So, dahil nalulugi siya, sinunog niya na lang, And the fourth one is miscellaneous connecting evidence. So, ano yung mga evidence na kailangan natin in arson investigations? So, includes an examination of the insured's insurance history. So, as an arson investigator, kapag mga establishment yan, isa sa mga aspeto na titingnan din natin is the insurance policy, agreement. Yung property mo ba, sir, ma'am, ay naka-insured ba sa insurance company? If no, so wala na tayong gagawin doon. But if yes, then that is one of our lead. Isa sa mga lead natin ito, yung insurance history ng isang kumpanya or ng isang establishment. Kasi pwede, no, nasabihin natin na yung pagsunog or pagkasunog ng property is perpetrated or was perpetrated by the owner. Ngayon, kung sinunog talaga yan ng owner, then, magbabago yung approach natin sa investigation. We'll focus on arson investigation. Okay? Do you have any questions with regards to this?
Wala po, sir.
Next is, in order to internalize the arson, we must discuss or we must see or we must tackle to overview the law on arson. So previously, arson was defined and penalized under the 9 different aspects or articles of the revised penal code. We have Article 320, destructive arson. Article 321, other forms of arson. Article 322, cases of arson not included in the preceding article. Excuse. Article 323, arsons of property of small value. Diba? Kapag below 25 pesos yan, that is considered arson of property of small value. Diba? So, 25 pesos. So, I think wala naman 25 pesos. No? Then, Article 324, crimes involving destruction. Article 325, burning owns one property to commit arson. And Article 326, setting fire to property exclusively owned by the offender. And Article 326, in cases where death resulted as a consequence. And Article 326, paragraph B, the prima facie evidence of arson. So these are the laws on arson. But it is with regret that these laws, or previously laws, suffers from certain inadequacies. May kakulangan itong mga batas na ito. Or insufficiencies. Hindi sufficient yung batas na ito in order to penalize or para parusahan yung perpetrator. And thus, on March 7, 1979, citing these inadequacies in enforcement and prosecution of arsonists, so the late president, so Marcos issued Presidential Decree number 1613. This law on arson or PD 163 supplanted the penal code provisions on arson. When I say supplanted, it repealed, it replaced, or it kicked out from the provisions. So ito na yung sinusunod natin ngayon. And certain part of the revised penal code. So kapag medyo confused kayo, so pwede nyo balikan yung PD 163. Very short lang naman ito. I think isang page lang ito ng bond paper, long bond paper. Pero very rich, yung content ng law on arson. Next is the prima facie evidence of arson. So, what is the prima facie of arson? So, in order to establish a prima facie case or on-hand or on-site case, a prosecutor need only, or the investigator, only offer credible evidence in support of each element of a crime. Kasi kapag nagdi-discuss tayo doon sa report natin or sa investigation report natin, ilalagay natin doon bakit sinasabi natin na yung incident is an arson of nature. Ngayon, isa-cite natin yung prima facie evidence doon sa investigation report natin para i-support yung claim, no? Or yung investigation natin that this incident is of arson in nature. Kasi tandaan natin, no, part tayo ng prosecution. No? Ngayon, yung burden of proof ay nakaatang sa atin. Di ba? Kapag kung sino daw ang nag-aakusa, siya yung magpatunay. No? So, ganun yun eh. Hindi na yung inaakusahan, siya yung magpatunay. No? So, sa atin kasi, in form of, tawag ito, rule of law, sa atin, kung sino nag-aakusa, siya yung magpatunay ng krimen. So, as part or in support in our investigation, we need to cite the prima facie evidence. By contrast, a prosecutor must prove also the defendant's guilt. Tayo, no? To each element beyond reasonable doubt to win a conviction. Kasi kapag nagkulang tayo dito, is either maapektuhan yung kaso natin or mas worse, madidismiss. So, sayang ng effort natin, no? Sayang ng pagod natin. So, what are those? The prima facie evidence of arson. So, magsabi ka prima facie, on hand, on site. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng prima facie. On hand, nasa nakikita, on site, no? Na-observe. This prima facie is enough, no, to support our case. But unless it is rebutted. May si rebutted, sinagot. Yung claim natin ng prima facie evidence ay nasagot. Example, nakita kita dito sa lugar na ito. The picture itself or the claim with that particular aspect na nakita kita dito is considered a prima facie statement na nagsasabi na andun siya sa lugar na yon. So sabi ko, ang prima facie evidence is strong unless it is rebutted. When you say rebutted, sinagot ang claim mo. Example, sinagot siya, no? Or sinagot ka by presenting evidence by the defendant. Nag-present siya ng daily time record, biometrics, witnesses, and thus, your prima facie evidence or statement is already revoked or rebutted. So, kung wala siya dyan pang-rebut, or wala siyang pansagot dyan sa prima facie statement mo, so your prima facie statement is strong to support your investigation of arson. Nakuha natin? So, one of the prima facie evidence of arson is if the fire started simultaneously, sabay, na nagkaroon ng sunog, saan? In more than one part of the building or establishment. Yan ay isa sa mga prima facie evidence. Ano ibig sabihin nito?
Sabi niya, sabay na pagkaroon ng sunog. Example, 2 palapag or 3 palapag yung bahay mo or yung establishments mo. At may ilang bahagi or division ito. Nakakasunod. Ang prima facie evidence doon ay nagkaroon ng sunog na sabay sa, for example, sa ground floor at sa 3rd floor. That is the prima facie evidence of arson. And because, normally, hindi magkaroon talaga ng sabay na sunog sa 2 or 3 magkakaiba na kwarto or division or palapag ng isang building unless tigplano ito. Or, again, unless it is rebutted again. Yung si rebutted, nag-present siya ng ebidensya. No? Sinagot niya. No? Okay? Kasi kung sasabihin niya naman, sabi ni Juan de la Cruz, hindi ito pwede. That will be considered as hearsay statement. We already know na ang chismis ay hindi natin tinatanggap at hindi tinatanggap ng prosecution unless dumaan ito sa isang or sa pangalawang exception ng hearsay. So I think hindi ko na i-discuss siguro yung hearsay, no? Or I think mas better, no? So, isa sa mga exception kasi ng hearsay evidence, for example, sinabi ni Juan de la Cruz o sinabi ni Mr. X bago siya namatay. So, ito ay pwede. It is an exemption to the rule on hearsay rule or hearsay evidence. The dying declaration. Bago siya namatay. So, it can be accepted in the court, no? Pero kung chismis, may gossip or speculation or statement from others, ay hindi ito tinatanggap natin. Unless that particular person is considered, no, or directly considered as a witness to the incident itself. Kaya kailangan meron siyang oath, no? Kasi para hindi siya magpabago-bago ng statement. Pangalawa, if substantial amount of flammable substances or materials are stored within the building, not necessary in the business, neither of the offender nor for household use. Ito ay ebidensya. On hand, prima facie evidence. Bakit mo naman ilalagay itong mga flammable substance sa business area mo na yung tinitinda mo is not flammable substances? So, isa ito, no? Or, bakit andyan yan at hindi mo naman yung kailangan? Pangatlo, no? If gasoline, kerosene, petroleum, or other flammable or combustible substances or materials soaked therewith or containers thereof or any mechanical, electrical, chemical, or electronic contrivance designed to start a fire or ashes or traces of any foregoing are found in the ruins or premises of the burned buildings or property. So, very evident ito, no? Kapag mayroong gasolina or container ng flammable materials is considered a prima facie evidence. So, kapag nakita natin ito, iti-take note natin ito sa investigation natin or sa preliminary report natin or sa spot report natin. Na merong container ng gasolina. So, napakahalaga, no? Ganun siya kasimple kung titingnan natin. Pero kung by legal aspect, kung i-interpret natin at i-analyze, ito ay napaka-strong at napakahalagang aspeto na ebidensya para i-prebar ang krimen na arson. Next, if the building or property is insured. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. So, kapag nagkandak tayo ng investigation, pwede isa sa mga list ng mga questions natin or tanong doon sa may-ari ng building or namamahala ng establishments or ng property na nasusunog ay kung insured ito sa isang insurance company. Then, the next one is, if during the lifetime of the corresponding fire insurance policy, more than 2 fires have occurred in the same or other premises owned or under the control of the offender or insured. So, isa sa mga aspeto na mahalagang tingnan natin ay pwede din natin basahin yung terms and conditions or policy ng insurance na kung saan naka-insured yung property ng may-ari. So, at least, no, meron tayong ideya, no, sa mga ganong bagay. And if shortly before the fire, a substantial of the effects and stored in building or property had been withdrawn from the premises except in the ordinary course of business. Ito bagang nagkaroon ng sunog, alam naman natin ito, no? Nung pag-imbestiga natin, it found out, no, sa obserbasyon mo, na sa establishment na yan, ay nawawala yung mga important documents. Or important materials. Or important properties. No? Doon sa building or premise or establishment. Or, titingnan din natin, no? Kung anong dokumento ang mga nasunog. Kasi pwede, isa sa mga motibo ng pagsunog is that para matabunan or matakpan yung krimen na ginawa niya. Example, it so happen pala na ikaw yung manager ng establishment na yan or ng premise na yan. It so happen pala, ninanakawan mo na si boss mo. So doon pa lang sa mga financial statements and financial documents ng company ay makikita, no, na ikaw ay maraming unliquidated, no, statements or financial statements. So in order to hide that particular aspect, sinunog mo yung building kasama yung mga mahalagang dokumento na nagpapatunay na may mga na-dispalko ka or may nakaw ka or may nakuha kang mga pera.
Gulay.
Next is, if a demand for money or other valuable consideration was made before the fire in exchange for the distance of the offender or for the safety of the persons or property of the victim. So ito ay either, no, so there is a agreement between the two parties. So titingnan din natin ito ng mga ganitong aspeto na binayaran siya, no? Or either sinunog niya yung mga property niya para mapaalis itong mga tao sa lugar na yan. Kasi hindi naman lingid sa kaalaman natin, isa yan sa mga motibo na mga may-ari ng property na kung saan yung mga tao ay nag-squat na sa property na yan. So, yung iba, sinusunog para mawala itong mga illegal settlers doon sa lugar na yan at para yung property niya ay maklaim niya. Now, we'll proceed to systematic approach in arson investigation. The cause of the fire. In determining the cause of the fire. So the systematic approach is recommended, that of scientific method, which is used in physical sciences, or methodical approach. These methods provides for the organization and analytic process or processes desirable and necessary in successful fire station. So bakit kailangan natin maging systematize? Bakit kailangan natin maging systematic sa pag-imbestiga? Kasi once na may nakaligtaan tayo dito, ay pwede maaaring maapektuhan yung investigasyon natin at higit yung kaso natin mismo. Kaya dapat systematic or methodical ang approach na gagawin natin. May mga tinatawag tayo na drawback or disadvantage ng ganitong aspeto or approach, but as a arson investigator, it could help, no, to strengthen your case and your investigation on arson. So again, in determining the case, no, the Fire Bureau, no, kayo, shall have the power to investigate all causes of fires and, if necessary, file the proper complaints with the city or provincial prosecutor. Likewise, the determination of the cause of fire will expose whether or not a certain person or entity be legally accountable, or the occurrence of fire. Fire arson investigator handling the case may require other documents necessary in the conduct of the investigation, and should also consider and delve into other possible sources of information. Ano to? Ano ito mga aspeto na makakatulong sa atin? Ito yung local neighborhood inquiry, available public records, no? Concerned insurance companies, and other reliable sources. I think you need to have a break.
Andiyan na ba Manggira?
Yes, sir.
Marshall, magsabi lang kayo. Gusto niyo na ba mag-break?
Yes po, sir. Yes po.
Sige. So,
yes po, sir. Yung grupo, sir.
Okay.
Sir, ang ilang minutes po, sir?
So, I'm very sorry, ha? So, dapat...
Sir, ilang minutes po?
So, 15 minutes, no? Para makapag-relax kayo. So,
okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, I'm very sorry for that, ha? Thank you so much. Systematic approach in arson investigation. So, in systematic approach in arson investigation, para arson investigator must follow the instruction pertaining to evidence collection and handling of evidence, and the procedure as provided for in Memorandum Circular Number 2010-LAB-01. Guidelines in collection, labeling, preservation, chain, custody, and submission of physical evidence to Bureau of Fire Laboratory. So, in order to achieve that, so we must have a systematic approach in arson investigation in determining the cause of the fire. So, we have methodical examinations, and the second one is scientific method of examinations. So, we'll no longer explain this, and we'll proceed to the methodical examinations. So, in order to determine the fire origin, we must determine first through the use of methodical approach and assessment. The first is detailed analysis of information, which comes from different sources or persons, such as the victim, the witnesses, or even the suspects, or any neighborhood which is of significant to the investigation. After detailed analysis of information we collected, then we proceed to observation analysis. So after observation analysis, those observations we conduct in the crime scene and any other related places, we will analyze and interpret the circumstances and conditions of the case. The next is fire pattern analysis. So it is important to study about the fire pattern analysis, such as the spalling, alligatoring, and other form of fire pattern analysis. And the most important is the use of technology utilizations in arson investigation. So first is detailed analysis of information. What are we going to do with this? What are the circumstances or aspects we need to do under this method or methodical approach? So first is location of area, or we must locate the origin or area where the fire have started. It is the foundation of our case, the location. If we find out, then we can start our investigation. After the location had been identified, now we'll proceed to how fire had been detected. This is through call, a phone call, a text message, a report, and after determining the manner of detection of the fire occurred, then we'll proceed to analyze the unusual event prior to the fire. With that, we can have a strong conclusion what really happened. May malaking pagsabog ba? Prior to that, may nagkaroon ba ng commotion? And after determining the unusual event prior to the fire, or bago magsimula ang apoy, now we will determine the fire cause. Ano ang rason bakit nagkaroon ng apoy? So already know that, no? There are certain aspects or different circumstances we're able to see or we could see in the causes of fire. Faulty wirings, unattended materials or appliances, and the last person seen prior to the fire. So these are the conditions or circumstances that could help us to analyze the information in order to determine the origin of the fire through methodical assessment. Once we already collated all this important information, then that's the time we will observe, no, and analyze the information. Is there a non-communicating fires occurred in the location or area of origin of the fire? I-connect natin siya, no? When you say non-communicating fires, magkaiba, no? Na rooms, divisions, story ng establishment or buildings. The present condition and location of the victim. Saan ba siya? Isa siya sa mga victim? Or isa siya sa mga may-ari ng establishment or premises na nasunog? Or hindi na natin siya makita? So these are circumstantial evidence or conditions that would help us as arson investigator to determine the case. Incendiary devices. Upon observation, may nakita tayo dyan ng mga papel o sunog na papel or ashes, cigarette butts, faulty wirings, containers, or napansin natin yung dispenser or water dispenser ay nakasaksak kahit wala ng tubig. These are observations that can help us in determining the origin of the fire and could supplement our case in the investigation. Next is missing items. Isa sa mga titingnan din natin as part of our observation in the crime scene is the missing items. May nawawala ba sa premises na yan? May mga importanteng bagay ba? Kaya sabi ko nga kanina, isa ito sa mga anggulo na titingnan natin sa case of arson. Mahalagang dokumento, mahalagang mga gamit sa bahay, sa opisina, and the next one is unusual appearance and location. The appearance of a certain building can indicate the accelerants or trailer use. Kasi nagre-react yung isang bagay kapag ginamitan ng gasolina. Either spalling or saka o alligatoring. Or mga circumstantial or conditional aspect na magtataka ka mismo. Bakit may isang bagay na hindi naman importante na nakalagay sa isang kwarto o opisina, and the last one is the trace evidence discover. Isa ito sa mga hahanapin natin. So, tracing evidence is very important in the case. Kasi ito ang tutulong sa atin para matumbok kung sino talaga ang gumawa ng krimen. Example, either cell phones, materials that could help clothing or CCTV footage. So those are trace evidence that could help us. So observation is very important in this methodical aspect of determining the fire origin and to establish the crime of arson. Sabi nga natin, sa investigation, the investigator must be a keen observant, alert, at mataas yung intuition when it comes to situation. After that is, we need to determine the pattern analysis. We already finished to observe the crime scene, and that's the time we will observe and analyze the results or the effects of fire on certain establishments. First is lines or areas of demarcation. Saan ba nagsimula yung apoy? At hanggang saan napunta yung apoy? Ito yung mga bagay na pwede natin makatulong sa pag-determine ng origin ng apoy. The surface effects. Sabi ko nga kanina, just in case, we could see, if the perpetrator uses certain accelerants or trailers based on the effects in the surface in floors, walls, or ceilings. Next is penetration of horizontal surface. This is when we can see the effects of fire on a certain materials. So dito natin ma-identify kung gaano ka-destructive or gaano kadami yung accelerants na ginamit sa pag-create ng apoy. And the last is consumption of material in melting. So, syempre, in fire pattern analysis, we could easily conclude na kapag nag-melt yung mga bagay, especially metals, ay mataas yung degree ng apoy na nangyari sa isang establishment. And the last part of methodical aspect or approach in the assessment is the carbon tracing detector. By using this technology, we can easily assess the type of smoke that occurs in the establishments. So with these methods and assessments, when sum up, we can conclude, it will help us to determine the cause of fire and to establish the crime of arson in a methodical aspect of assessment. So, just in case, hindi kayo komportable sa ganitong assessment, then we could use scientific approach. So if we sum up, so coming from analysis, analyze information, coming from witnesses, victims, or even the perpetrators, so we can proceed to we can determine the origin of the fire. So that's how the methodical aspect works. From witnesses, observation of the scene, the fire pattern analysis, and the help of the technology, the instrumentation, then we can conclude and we can assess to determine the origin of the fire. In investigation, so it is somewhat the summation of the use of 3 I's in investigation. That is information, interrogation, and instrumentation. Now, after that, we have a separate approach in investigation that could help us also in assessing and determining the cause of the fire. So in either case, the fire investigator or analyst must utilize a systematic, reliable methodology in the investigation and analysis. Failure is often due to more than one factor. Ang failure na tinatawag natin dito is pertains to the fire. Failure to create fire, it means that there is one factor that lacks. Depending on the investigative assignment, it may be essential to analyze and determine the contributing cause components and the responsibilities of the parties involved in the investigation. Sabi nga ng National Fire Protection Association, they affirm that by using scientific method is applicable to the field of fire investigation as a systematic approach in developing and testing origin and fire cause hypothesis. Kaso ang problema lang sa scientific method, it requires ample of time. Kasi ito ay masyadong tinatawag natin na mapanuri. No? So, it considers the scientific method to be a principle of inquiry that forms a basis for legitimate scientific and engineering processes, including fire incident investigation or in arson investigation. The fire investigator shall employ all elements of the scientific method as the operating analytical process throughout the investigation. And for the drawing of conclusions, an investigator does not need to be a fire scientist. Yes, no, it is correct. Hindi naman natin kailangan maging scientist para masunod itong scientific method. Basta sumunod tayo sa proseso, then we can turn up the determination of the fire origin. Thus, provide a systematic method for selecting, testing, and accepting or disregarding possible fire cause hypothesis. Further, when testing hypothesis, an investigator does not necessarily need to utilize scientific tests or experiment in order to arrive to a conclusion that the fire had been started. So the scientific method is a principle of inquiry that forms a basis for legitimate scientific and engineering processes, including fire and arson incident investigation. The scientific method is applicable using the following 6 steps. First is recognize the need. In recognizing the need, you need to identify the problem. What is the problem in the current case? The problem is to know the cause and origin of the fire. Now, you need to define the problem. What is the problem? After you define a problem, you collect the data in support of the problem. If you already collect the data, then analyze the data through inductive reasoning. After you analyze, you develop hypotheses as to the origin and cause of the fire. When you develop the hypothesis, then it is obligatory to test the hypothesis. Kasi hindi mo pwede hayaan lang na yung na-develop mo na hypothesis, yun na yung gagamitin mo. Dapat yung hypothesis mo na na-develop ay kailangan mo i-test in order to stand out in your investigation. Kasi kapag na-rebut yan, so mag-uulit ka ulit. And after you test the hypothesis through deductive reasoning, then you select your final hypothesis in determining the cause of fire. So example, yung mga hypothesis mo ay sabihin natin na one of the causes of fire is faulty wirings, or cigarette butts, or overload, or overloading, or unattended candles. These are your hypotheses. So these hypotheses must be tested. Then, if already tested, those hypotheses that stands out will be selected. After the selected hypothesis, then you must determine the hypothesis which will be the cause of the fire. So the most important part in the scientific method is the collection of data. Once na nagkamali tayo dito sa collection of data, it will affect the general aspect of our investigation. Mali eh. Mali yung information na nakulit natin eh. So kapag mali yung information na nakulit natin, mali yung na-develop nating hypothesis. So mabalik ulit tayo sa collection of data. So first, one should determine that a problem exists. Kasi kung hindi natin i-identify na itong isang bagay ay isang problema, then there's no need to identify that particular aspect na problema siya. In this case, a fire or explosion has occurred. And the cause should be determined and listed so that future or similar incidents can be prevented. When you're able to recognize the need, then we'll proceed to define the problem. Having determined that problem exists, the investigator or analyst should define it what manner the problem can be solved. Kasi kung hindi siya natin na-identify or na-define ng maayos, then we cannot solve that particular problem. Example, alam naman natin na yung mga establishments ay non-compliant. Isa yun sa mga problema. So, what will be the manner or the circumstances or the aspect na kailangan natin gagawin? So, ay either itaas natin ang level ng implementation or ng level ng compliance ng mga owners, establishment owners. In this case, a proper origin and cause investigations should be conducted. After we define, there's a time that this is done by examination of the scene and by a combination of other data collection methods, such as the review of previous conducted investigations, the incidents, the interviewing of witnesses, or other knowledgeable persons, and the result of scientific testing na ginawa natin. Sabi ko nga, hindi natin kailangan maging scientist. No? Basta sinunod lang natin yung proseso in scientific methods. No? In investigation, in fire investigation and arson investigation, then we can do that. So, next is collect data. So, facts about the fire incident are now collected. We assume, no, na nakuha na natin yung mga kailangan natin ng mga data or information. This is done by observation in the scene or crime scene, experiment, or other direct data gathering means, or through interview. No? This is called empirical data because it is based on observation or experience or your experience as fire officers and is capable of being verified. So yung mga experiences mo ay pwede natin gawing data, no? Or information in support in your investigation. Next is analyze the data. After we collect, it is important to analyze, interpret your collected information. Since we already collected it, then it will be considered as data. All of the collected and observed information is analyzed by inductive reasoning. This is the process which the total body empirical data collected are carefully or is carefully examined in the light of investigators' knowledge, training, and experience. So that's why nga, every now and then, habang tumatagal tayo sa serbisyo, ay nagkakaroon tayo ng mga trainings, and seminars, no, in order to equip ourselves, no, in this type of investigations. Remember that subjective or speculative information cannot include in the analysis. Tandaan, or remember, only facts that can be clearly proven by observation or experiment will be included. Kung subjective ka dahil you are affected by your emotions, so hindi ito kasali. Or speculations, or hearsay statements, no, ay hindi kasali. Those facts, no, that can be proven, no, by observation and experiment will be included, no, in this part. On the analysis, the investigation or investigator should now produce a hypothesis base doon sa na-collect at na-analyze natin na data or na information. Nagkakandak tayo ng investigation eh. Ngayon, nakapag-collect na tayo, no, nakapag-interview na tayo, no, nagkaroon na tayo ng interrogation, no, nakakolect na tayo ng mga documents, no, itong mga nakolect natin, inanalyze natin, pinag-aralan natin na mabuti. So after that, no, it's time, no, na mag-develop tayo ng hypothesis with regards to the case or with regards to the investigation. Example, no? This hypothesis should be based solely on the empirical data that the investigator has collected. So, wala nang iba, no? Doon lang tayo mag-focus sa mga na-collect natin na information. Saan nga tayo magpo-collect na information? So, sa witnesses, sa victim, no? Si owner, no? Or any documents, no? Na pwede natin magamit. Either it is public or private documents. Yun lang ang included, no? Then after that, na nakapag-develop na tayo ng hypothesis, no? That's the time, no? That we need to test the hypothesis. Kailangan natin subukan, no? Parang sinasabi mo baga na pwede magsaing sa kawayan, no? So without testing your hypothesis na pwede magsaing sa kawayan, hindi natin malalaman talaga yan na pwede pala saingan yung kawayan. So that is how you test the hypothesis. Subukan. No? All other reasonable origins and causes should be eliminated. Kasi nakapag-develop na tayo. For example, sabihin natin na sa hypothesis natin na ang cause ng apoy is faulty electrical wirings, then we will stick to that. Kasi yun ang na-develop natin na hypothesis sa investigation natin. Hindi na tayo mag-include ng ibang hypothesis na hindi natin na-develop. And because it will only ruin our investigations. So eliminate. So the investigator does not have a truly probable hypothesis unless it can stand the test of careful and serious challenge. So ito yung sinasabi ko, no? Subukan natin yung hypothesis na na-develop natin. When this hypothesis or conclusions, no, sa ginawa natin na investigation, pag-collect ng data, analyze, develop, the hypothesis stand out. Your test and your challenge, no? Then, yung sinasabi mo na hypothesis na ang cause ng fire is faulty wirings can be used, no? Or can be concluded, or can be selected as the final hypothesis. This hypothesis is done by principle of deductive reasoning, in which the investigator compares his own or her hypothesis to all known facts. So, susubukan mo, titingnan mo yung na-develop mo na hypothesis, no? Doon sa mga nakolekta mo na mga data. Example, may nakuha ka ng lighter, appliances, no? So, iti-test mo siya, no? Kung mag-stand out yung hypothesis mo, then, that is, no? If the hypothesis cannot withstand an examination deductive reasoning, it should be discarded as not probable and a new hypothesis is tested. So, just in case yung hypothesis na dinevelop natin or yung iniisip natin, no? Or yung nakapag-come up tayo sa rason na ito yung cause ng apoy ay hindi, no? Nag-stand out ng tig-challenge natin, then we will discard and we will develop a new hypothesis. This may include the collection of new data or reanalysis of existing data. So magagather tayo ulit ng data or information. Malay mo, may nakaligtaan ka, no? Example, hindi mo pala naisip na insured pala yung property sa insurance company. So, isa ito sa mga data na kailangan natin i-collect at ilagay, no, as our new hypothesis doon sa investigation natin ng fire or arson investigation. This process needs to be continued until all feasible hypotheses had been tested. So, ano ibig sabihin? Kapag yung hypothesis natin nung una ay hindi feasible or hindi accepted, so magde-develop tayo ulit ng hypothesis. As an investigator, ganun talaga ang gawain natin, no? Kasi kapag titigil lang tayo doon, ang case natin ay hindi magpo-prosper. Hindi tayo mananalo. Otherwise, the fire cause should be listed and determined. Presumption of cause until data had been collected, no specific hypothesis can be reasonable formed or treated. All fires, however, should be approached by investigator without presumptions. Hindi pwede na mag-presume tayo. It must be based on facts, not on presumptions. It must be based on collected informations or data. Kasi kapag nag-presume ka na, hindi ka pa nagkaka-collect ng data, it will affect your investigations. And after you test, no, all the possible hypotheses you have and all feasible hypotheses, that's the time you will select your final hypothesis as to the cause and origin of the fire in arson investigation. Okay, so it is clear. So once we already determine the cause of fire, that's the time we can proceed now in our investigation, whether it is fire or arson investigation. Kasi kapag hindi natin alam yung cause or yung kausa o rason ng pagkakaroon ng apoy or sunog, hindi natin makonclude na ito ay isang arson. So, magsisimula muna tayo dito sa pinaka-basic. It is clear?
Yes, sir.
So with that, no, in your performance, no, of duties as investigator, so we must seek to establish, no? The 6 cardinal points of investigation. Now, I know that most and all of you know this already. Well, very simple, no? What, how, who, when, where, and why. No? So, what will be the specific offense has been committed or what transpired prior to the fire. Ito yung pinaka-easy, no? Pinaka-madali, no? Para sa atin. So how in the sense of manner, no? The offense was committed or how the fire started or eventually spread. Mabilis, mabagal. Who? No, committed or responsible of the occurrence of fire, whether intentional or negligence. These are the things, no, we need to establish. No? Kung medyo nahihirapan tayo doon sa methodical, scientific, ito yung pinaka madali, no? The cardinal points, no? Ito yung guide natin. Kung medyo nahihirapan tayo doon. So, 5 wives and 1 husband, kumbaga. So, what are the evidences needed to file the crime of arson? So, evidence is used to back up or refute arguments. Yes, it is true. Paano mo suportahan yung argumento mo kung wala kang ipresentang ebidensya? How can you say that it is arson? Or how can you say it is incendiary fire? Evidence help us to make decisions at work. Using evidence allow us to work out what is effective and what is not. Yes, it is true, no? So with that, we need testimonial evidence. So testimonial evidence, no, or a bystander, no? So this testimonial evidence is a statement made under oath. Kasi bakit kailangan natin under oath siya? Para si witness ay maging aware doon sa possibilities na pwede mangyari sa kanya, no? Just in case na nagsinungaling siya or nagpabago-bago siya ng mga statements. An example would be a witness pointing to someone in the court saying, "That's the guy I saw setting the fire." So, sinabi niya na ng una na siya pala, si Mr. Juan de la Cruz daw, or si Juan de la Cruz, nagsunog ng property. And later on, nagbago naman yung sinabi niya. Now, I will ask you, maniniwala ka ba sa pangalawang sinabi niya? So there is already doubt. No? Hindi siya credible as a witness. At yung testimonial evidence at testimony niya ay in question na sa korte. This testimonial evidence is also called as direct evidence or prima facie evidence. So that's how testimonial evidence is important. Next is documentary evidence. So tandaan natin palagi na ito yung mga particular na evidence ang pinakakailangan natin para ma-establish yung crime of arson. This documentary evidence or this term includes any statement or writings or any material containing letters, words, numbers, figures, symbols, or other modes of written expression offered as proof of their contents, such as, example, insurance policy or agreement, title of the property, or credit agreements are considered documentary evidence. And the last is object evidence. So object evidence in general, it includes any statement of fact that somebody documented and based on verifiable test. So para maging object evidence siya, dapat itong ebidensya na ito ay can stand kapag tig-verify natin. Totoo ba o hindi? Observations or measurements. Evidence that is objective may, for example, be a test log, a report or test reports, review reports, or non-conformance reports. For example, nag-conduct ng fire inspection si fire officer doon sa mga establishment. And it so happened, nung nagkaroon ng sunog, so nung binalikan mo itong mga reports, it so happened na itong building na ito is non-compliant. Pwede, the fire code. So pwede natin magamit ito as our evidence. So, object evidence are those which are addressed to the senses of the court. So, under Section 1, Rule 130 of the Rules of Court, the objects may be real or personal property. This may be proofs of the crime or objects used in the commission or the furtherance thereof or the subject of controversy. So that is object evidence. So these are the most needed evidence in order to file a crime of arson. And other suppletory evidences. So that. Okay, do you have any questions? When it comes to testimonial evidence, no, we employ interview and interrogations. So mamaya, no, di-discuss natin sa hapon. Can we proceed now to our new topic?
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Now, we'll proceed to our part 2. Ano oras pala kayo magla-lunch, by the way? Or gusto nyo na ba mag-lunch?
Sir.
Sino naman ang ayaw ng lunch, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think, no? So, you need some energy. So, our part 2 will be discussed after our lunch break at exactly 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It's okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions with our discussion? Gutom-gutom na yata tayo ah. Kapag luto na kayo ng mga sira dyan?
Mag-prepare pa rin, sir.
Okay, sige, para at least makapag-prepare kayo ng lunch nyo. So, mamaya, no, 1 o'clock, no, so ma-start yung part 2 ng ating topic, arson homicide investigation. Okay? So, thank you so much, no, in your participation. And so, happy lunch break.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. For Trinity Tige, the class marcher of the day. The total strength of PAE class 2020-10 class mapagmatsyag is 55. Actual strength 55. All accounted for, sir. Lahat na po, sir, present. Nakapasok na po, sir, yung mga wala kanina.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
We'll start our second session for our arson homicide investigation. So our part 2 is all about arson homicide investigation. By the way, after pala nito, so it's okay for you, all of you, to continue the second subject about interview and interrogation, or gusto nyo i-extend bukas?
Kaya sir, kaya naman.
Oo, para at least bukas ibang ano na naman. Is that okay to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes po.
Okay. Thank you. So, once again, good afternoon everyone. So, I hope na busog kayo ngayon. So for our second session, it's all about arson homicide investigation. So can we start now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay po.
Okay, thank you. So, arson homicide investigation is important, no? As a arson investigator. So, in the past, some arson homicide investigator tended to rely on their own judgment, using simplistic characteristics of burned bodies as guidelines. One of those characteristics was the pugilistic attitude of a burned body. So we already know what is pugilistic attitude. A boxer stance. It is caused by extreme heat on the muscles of the body. So it is also conducted in the research and discussed by Gilbert 1990. Many of the standard procedures used in investigating cases of homicides are either thwarted or at least significantly delayed when the body of the victim has been burned. Generally, the initial decision as to whether a homicide has occurred is based on an examination of the body. The type of wounds or injury to the body, the location of such wounds or trauma, the type of weapon apparently used, and the general appearance of the crime scene are primary to the determination of the likely cause of death and detecting whether or not a murder has taken place or the murder have taken place. Murderers will sometimes burn a body in order to prevent or delay the identification of the body upon discovery. The body may also be burned to destroy evidence of the true cause of death or evidence of the crime scene. The most frequently used of attempting to prevent identification or to destroy evidence is to set a fire to the house, building, or vehicle containing the body of a person. When confronted with a burned body, the key questions for the investigators include: 1. Whether the burns were the cause of death. Yung burn daw, yung pagkasunog, ay yun daw ba ang resulta ng pagkapatay ng biktima? Or were they produced before or after death? Or bago nasunog yung katawan, ay patay na siya. So when death occurs during a fire, it is of utmost importance to determine both the cause of death and the cause of fire. So dalawa, no? Cause of death and cause of fire. O malay mo, sa sobrang kalasingan niya, nagutom siya, no? At nagluto siya ng pagkain. It so happen na yung degree ng intoxication sa body niya ay mataas at nag-result ng stupor o pagtulog niya. So, napabayaan yung niluto niya at it caused a fire, no? And eventually, nasunog din siya. Experience has taught us, as fire investigator or fire officers, that burning of a building and the finding of a body does not necessarily mean that the body is neither the owner of the building. Tama naman, no? Kasi malay mo, yung katawan pala yun ay sa iba pala yun. Either staff, katulong, bystander, or biktima ng isang krimen. Nor the occupant of the premises, nor does it mean that the death occurred as a result of the fire. We have enough experiences as fire officers, you know that, with insurance fraud and murder to know that we must be especially suspicious under such circumstances. So kung hindi pa natin yun na-encounter, at least we are already equipped with that idea, concept, or knowledge na pwede pala na gamitin itong arson in order to conceal particular crimes. Such as sabi ko nga, fraud, or in order to conceal their crimes. Pinagnakawan mo si boss mo ng ilang milyon in order na to detect your fraud or yung pagnanakaw mo, so sinira mo o sinulog mo yung mga documents or yung establishment mismo. So, arson homicide investigation. So, to properly prepare a case of arson homicide, first, therefore, it must establish that there was a fire. Kailangan, no? Fire, kailangan. So, all the time naman talaga, no? Since we are fireman, fire officers, and arson investigator, we always tend to find or locate the fire. You can do this through witnesses, fire records, and photographs. So to properly prepare, so the case of arson, homicide investigation, so there is a need of recording the fire scene. How will you record the fire scene? One of the most common and obvious one is through photographs. These are the following to be considered in recording the scene. Ano yung kukunan natin ng photographs? First is exterior views, labas ng establishment or premises. Identification of property or signages or house address numbers. Or aerial photographs. Ngayon, hindi naman ganun kahirap na mag-photograph ng aerial photography kasi meron na tayong mga equipment with regards to that. Next is the interior of the building or the room. So in logical sequence, the series of shots should start at the main door. So simula muna sa pintuan. Or main door or main entrance ng premises or ng establishment. Series of photographs should also depict unburned areas of the building. So hindi lang yung nasusunog or nasunog na part ng building or establishment ang kailangan natin kuhanan ng photograph. Bagkos, pati yung mga hindi nasunog. Bakit? Bakit natin kailangan na picturean or kuhanan ng photograph? Para magkaroon tayo ng comparison when it comes to the effects of fire to the material. Next is evidence. Oh, yes. So, mawala lang lahat. Huwag lang yung photograph ng evidence. Prior to removal, in close-up and wide-angle shots. So, I think, no, so na-discuss din ito sa inyo, no, sa forensic photography nyo. So, in order to take photographs, tandaan nyo palagi na dapat yung picture or photograph na kinukuha natin ay hindi magpapakita ng obvious na bias doon. So, use of title sheet that shows identifying information of evidence is mandatory. So, kapag nagkuha tayo ng picture or photograph, dapat mayroong date, location of evidence, investigating team, and other situational information needed in order to support the evidence. The next is, you need to photograph the travel of fire or burn or the spread of the flame patterns. And the last but not the least, the most important, label each canister of films para hindi tayo malito kung ano yung nilalaman ng photograph natin. Let's assume na yung ginamit natin is e-film, no? Not a digital camera. To prevent confusion or loss and maintain photograph lag. So the purpose of this, bakit nagagamit pa tayo nito is that for recording purposes, supplementary evidence, no? Doon sa case na tinatackle natin. Next, the second consideration is the big questions which arise, no, in arson homicide investigation. Is the fire of accidental or incendiary origin? So the investigator and the pathologist, which is the expert on the causes, no, of the death of that particular person, must work together diligently with the arson investigator to prove that it is accidental in origin or incendiary in origin. The only obligation is the true facts. So, ibig sabihin, kung ano lang andon, hindi natin kailangan dagdagan or bawasan. Now, the problem of proving that the fire was of criminal design may be resolved by three methods. So, kanina, iba naman yung mga evidence doon, no? Kanina doon is to file, no? The complaint, no? Ngayon, ito ay in order to prove the criminal design ng arson. One, we have positive evidence. The second one is circumstantial evidence. And the third one is confession. So, sorry. So first is positive evidence. No? What is positive evidence? Masasabi mo lang siya ng positive evidence yung isang statement or yung isang bagay kapag yung witness or person involved affirms. Magsabi ka affirms, sinasang-ayunan niya, no? That a fact or facts or events did not occur or occurs. So kapag ano tayo ng isang claims, yung positive evidence, no, ay nagpapatunay, no? Just like in the form of testimonies. The other one is circumstantial evidence. What is circumstantial evidence? So, these are all events or situations na nangyayari, no? Prior and after magkaroon ng sunog. circumstantial evidence. So, cases can be decided on circumstantial rather than direct evidence. But there are particular requirements for the former to be relied on. Just in case wala talaga, no? Walang ibang ebidensya. Circumstantial evidence lang ang meron ka. Can it stand, no, in the prosecution? Or it can win? Or can it support your case? So, in Bacolod versus People of the Philippines, the court states, no, the lack or absence of direct evidence, or yung tinatawag din natin na prima facie evidence, does not necessarily mean that the guilt of the accused cannot be proved. So kung wala daw yun, hindi pwede nila sabihin na hindi na natin kayang patunayan yung krimen na arson. Direct evidence is not the sole means of establishing guilt beyond reasonable doubt. So, tandaan natin palagi na hindi lang direct evidence ang pwede magpatunay or magbigay ng reasonable doubt or guilt beyond reasonable doubt ng isang tao. Because circumstantial evidence, if sufficient, can supplant, when you say supplant, can provide, can replace the absence of direct evidence. Ibig sabihin, kung wala tayong direct evidence, huwag tayo mawala ng pag-asa. Meron tayong circumstantial evidence. If sufficient, can provide and support our case. Circumstantial evidence has been defined as that which goes to prove a fact or series of facts other than the facts in issue, in which a proof may tend by inference to establish the facts in issue. Sabi ng sa rules of court, itself, it recognized the circumstantial evidence is sufficient for the conviction, for the conviction under certain circumstances. Sabihin natin, wala lahat, no? At meron tayo circumstantial evidence lang. Sabi ng rules of court, it can stand. And if it is sufficient, it can lead to the conviction of the perpetrator. So, ganun akalaga yung circumstantial evidence. Ano-ano ba itong sinasabi ng circumstantial? So, under the rules of court, Section 4, circumstantial evidence when sufficient. Magsabi ka sufficient? Madami, no? Enough. Circumstantial evidence is sufficient for conviction of the perpetrator or to the perpetrator if una, there is more than one circumstance. So, hindi lang isa ang pangyayari or circumstance, but dalawa or mas marami. The facts from which the inferences are derived are proven. So, example, no? Isa sa mga circumstances yan, prior magkaroon ng sunog, no? Nagdala siya, no, ng mga, o may nakakita sa kanya na nag-i-imbak siya ng mga flammable materials. Those are circumstantial evidence. And if one circumstantial evidence supported by another, these circumstances tends to prove or strengthen your case or investigation. So kung isa lang naman talaga, mahina naman talaga, no? Pero the more na circumstances na nagsusupport sa case mo, so the more na nagiging strong or tumataas yung weight ng case mo because of circumstantial evidence. The third one is the combination of all the circumstances is such as to produce a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. So, for example, during the time na nangyari yung krimen na yan o yung pagkasunog ay nawala siya, no? Tumakas. So, kung pag inipon-ipon mo itong mga circumstantial evidence, so eventually, it could support your case and lead to the conviction of the perpetrator. Remember that it is essential that the circumstantial evidence presented must constitute an unbroken chain which leads one to fair and reasonable conclusion pointing to the accused. So, unbroken chain, ibig sabihin, hindi putol-putol yung mga events or situations na tumuturo sa perpetrator. Then, the third one is confession. So, alam naman natin ang confessions, no? Na isa sa pinakamahalagang evidence, no? O aspeto para patunayan na merong criminal design yung paggawa ng isang krimen or bagay. Remember that in order the confession be admissible, the statement must be voluntary. Confession is a voluntary statement by the accused directly acknowledging their guilt. Walang pumilit, walang may puwersa, anything, no? That is confession. Outside with that, that is a violation of the constitutional rights of the person. Under the Constitution, it is said confession is admissible only, confession is admissible only if the person is informed of his right to remain silent and to have competent and independent counsel, preferably of his own choice, and no torture, force, violence, threat, or intimidation, or any other means which vitiate free will is used against him. So that is stated, no? Under Section 12, Article 3 of our Constitution. So hindi natin pwede saktan or pilitin yung tao magkaroon ng confessions. Because kapag yan yung nangyari, then that will be considered inadmissible as evidence. And you will be charged of the violation of the constitutional rights of the accused or the person. So that's all, no? So that is what those are, no? Or these are the methods, no? In order to prove the criminal design of the case. So next is the great challenge. So as a fire investigator or arson investigator, we have a great challenge. It is this classification which usually offers the greatest challenge to the investigator. the fact that all you find is a pile of rubbish and debris does not necessarily call for the conclusion that it is hopeless task. Difficult perhaps, but certainly not hopeless. Yes, totoo naman talaga. No? Kasi sa arson investigation, ang hirap naman talaga magkaroon ng investigation. Considering that most of the materials there have turned into ashes or rubbish. But, yan nga, sabi ko, firefighters or fire officers are generalists. So, arson investigation for some, it is an exciting science to try, no? And figure out why is of the crime and not just seeing things as a crime against one's property. For some arson investigator, there are never-ending challenge for us or for you to be able to figure out what goes on the mind of the arsonist. What makes an individual become an arsonist or pyromaniacs? And what makes them want to start fires? So it's just for fun or some other reasons? Maybe some twisted psychological need or desire to something to destroy. So that is the great challenge for you as investigator. So you must be a generalist in order to solve the case of arson. So now we'll proceed to the investigation of unexplained and violent deaths. With that, we have the objectives. The investigation of unexplained and violent deaths has different objectives. First, for the protection of the innocent, recognition of the murderer, documentation of accurate and biased evidence for civil and criminal courts, protection against public hazards, and protection against industrial hazards. So these are the objectives in investigating the unexplained and violent deaths of a person. So with that, the death, the autopsy should be performed by a person competent in the field of pathology. So that is the pathologist, as well as knowing the objectives of medical, legal autopsy. The pathologist must be on the alert to gather evidence bearing on, first, the identification of the dead person. Kapag mayroong patay, kailangan una na gagawin natin ay kilalanin natin kung sino yung namatay. Pangalawa, oras at lugar ng pagkapatay. Anong rason ng pagkapatay o pagkamatay ng biktima? Circumstances and manner in which the fatal injury or injuries was received. During the time ba na nagkaroon ng sunog, meron na ba siyang injury, sustained? And identify of the weapon, just in case, that this arson or death of a person is related to certain other types of crime. So now let us consider some of the facts that the dead body will reveal, just in case But first, however, we might mention that if at all possible, the body should not be removed prior to the arrival of the pathologist. But there are certain exceptions. No? Here, we have to give and take a little bit, but this is the optional consideration. As an officer, we always know the golden rule, no? In crime scene investigation. Sabi nga natin doon, do not touch, change, or alter anything until it has been identified, measured, and photographed. So that is the golden rule in the investigation. Kasi once na ginalaw mo yan, without this, so it will affect, no, your investigation. So, mahihirapan ka. So now we'll proceed, no, in determining the sex of the remains. So just in case, no? So dumating na tayo sa scene of the crime, or crime scene, we found out na merong patay, no? So merong patay. So i-identify natin, and now we'll consider, just in case walang identification, it is the time, no, to determine the sex of the remains. Determining the sex of the remains is very difficult. Alam naman natin, just in case na may mga sunog, yung mga soft tissues ng mga biktima ay nasusunog or nawawala. And the approach of the examiner must seek carefully for the remnants of clothing. So, isa sa mga pwede natin tingnan, yung sex ng dead person is the clothing. Ngayon, kung nasunog din pati ang clothing, yun ang isa pa sa mga problema natin. The findings of fragments, even a few inches in diameter, may be of real importance because of the difference in clothing between two sexes. We can easily identify kung ang sex ay male or female. Sex is different from gender, no? Kasi magsabi ka sex, based on the biological aspect ng tao. Dalawa lang, no? Male and female. But when you say gender, madami, no? Diba? Sa ngayon pa nga lang, marami na tayong gender type, no? LGBTQ++, no? So in this regard, attention should be paid to the scene at the time the body is removed. If there are two or more bodies, it is important to relate any clothing or other fragments removed from the scene of the body. So, isa at una sa mga obserbahan natin kapag mayroong mga patay, yung damit ng mga biktima. So, kung wala doon, so isa ito sa mga kailangan natin i-solve. So, we'll rely, no? The determination of sex is an important first step in the identification process of an individual. Most importantly, in arson investigation. Kasi talaga, wala na nga yung physical na aspeto ng isang tao. So, tandaan, determination of sex is relatively easy if the entire skeleton is available for examination. Even when skull and pelvis, the most reliable bones for sex determination are available, not more than 98% of accuracy can be achieved in identifying the sex of the person. So kapag nalaman na kasi natin yung sex or kasarian ng isang tao or biktima. So, mapunta na tayo dun sa sunod na aspeto. So, kilalanin natin kung sino siya. So, this includes the skull, the femur, and other parts of the skeletal system. So, ito yung mga parts ng skeleton na makapagbigay sa atin ng ideya in order to identify the sex and eventually leading to the identity of the victim. Kasi let's assume na kapag arson yan or fire incident, usually ang biktima ay sunog or hindi na natin makikilala. Unless nga sabi ko kung may natira na mga identification materials na meron pa siya. What if wala? So ito na lang yung natitira na bagay para sa atin. Para ma-identify natin yung tao. So, determining the racial origin of the skeletal remains, obviously, the presence of even small fragments of unburned skin yield valuable evidence with regards to the racial origin. Either Caucasoid ka, Caucasoid yung biktima, Mongoloid, or Negroid. So, in the absence of this, recourse must be made to the skeletal remains, for this is important identification data. So, wala na tayong magawa Nasunog lang lahat. So, pupunta na tayo sa pinakalas na option, the skeleton. So, the following bones to be considered in determining the sex of the remains are the following. First, the pelvis. The second one is the skull. The third one is sternum. The fourth one is the femur. And the last one is the numerus. So ito yung part ng skeleton ng tao ang makakatulong sa atin para ma-determine natin yung sex or kasarian ng isang biktima. At makapagbigay sa atin ng ideya kung sinong taong ito. Ibig sabihin, meron na tayong lead doon sa identity ng taong namatay. So first is the pelvic. So what is the pelvic? So the pelvis is one of the most sexually dimorphic regions of the skeleton. The overall shape of the male pelvis is narrow and steep, and the female pelvis is generally broader with a larger pelvic outlet to facilitate pregnancy and childbirth. Since this is the only region of the skeleton where there is such a key functional difference, the pelvis proves to be one of the most important bone for determining biological sex. Sabi nga dito, the accuracy of sex determination from the skeleton based on the pelvis alone is usually placed at around 96%. Can you imagine that? So, almost perfect na ma-identify niya talaga ang kasarian ng taong nasunog completely or totally burned through pelvis. 96%. So, So pelvis, the bones of pelvis shows even more prominent sex differences than the skull. So mas maano pa ito kumpara sa bungo ng tao, no? Nature intended the female pelvis to be passageway for the offspring without which the race would vanish from the earth. So, in the picture or image in the presentation, so as you can see, there are three pelvis with the sciatic notch or yung korba are highlighted. Male is on the left in red, intermediate in the middle in orange, and the female on the right in yellow. Sa right side kasi, no? Kung napapansin natin, so ito ay yung babae. So isa sa observation natin ay yung sciatic notch ay bukang-buka. Para sa purpose nito ng panganganak. So kaya sabi natin or sabi sa research, ang pelvic ay isa sa mga bones na may pinakamataas na possibility na ma-identify natin yung sex ng or kasarian ng isang tao. Okay. So next is the skull. No? So the skull, identifying the sex of the skull is also important or significant kapag wala na tayong tracing or connecting evidence doon with regards sa identity ng isang biktima. The sex of the deceased is usually one of the first elements to be assessed, and it must be undertaken by an examination of the skull. So, when identifying the sex of the skull, a single characteristic is not used. Kasi sa skull, maraming characteristics ang kailangan nating i-compare para ma-identify natin yung kasarian ng isang tao. So, these are, no? So, kapag sa male, larger and heavier skull. No? Sloping, less rounded forehead. Prominent supraorbital ridge, no? Side brow. Square eye socket, blunt upper migraines, square chin, and vertical angle of the jaw. So, while sa female, ito naman, no? Smaller and lighter skull. No? So, these are the differences sa babae at lalaki. Kaya ginagamit din ang skull, no? In order to determine the sex of the individual or the victim. So the next is the sternum. No? So the sternum or the breastbone, no? Kung napapansin natin dyan, is a long, flat bone located at the anterior of the chest, sa loob. No? It is formed from three bones that fuse in the adult. So, kung nakikita niyo dyan sa picture, ito, no? So, the sternum. The body of the male sternum is relatively longer than that of the female. In males, it is more than twice the length of manubrium, whereas in females, it is usually less than twice the length of the size. Ito. Nakikita natin sa picture. No? So, mas mahaba daw ito kumpara sa lalaki kasi mas maliit naman yung sa babae. Yung sternum. Next is the femur. So the femur or thigh bone sa paa. It is the longest, heaviest, and strongest bone in the body. The femur and pelvis form the hip joint at the proximal end. This This is the femur. No? Using the marking points analysis, the left femur with length more than 484.8 millimeter and can be correctly classified as male. No? And right femur with less than 385.83 millimeter and can be correctly classified as female. However, sexing of femora is not possible if the length is between 484 to 385 millimeter due to overlapping. Hindi siya ganun, no? Significant. Unlike doon sa pelvis and skull. Pero kapag wala na talaga, femur can be considered. Next, the last one is the humerus. Saan naman makita ang humerus? So, the humerus is a big bone in the upper limb, katawan natin, and its conditions does not usually deteriorate, which is why the humerus is favored for the determination of sex. Kapag nagkaroon ng sunog kasi, it is very strong. Ito yung natitira palagi. The length of various bones in the human body, including the humerus, is a good predictor of gender. But the accuracy of the vertical diameter of the head is also significant in sex determination. So, that's all, no? With regards to the skeleton or parts of the individual or persons in order to determine the sex or sexes of the victim. Now, let us proceed to another topic which focuses on the causes of death of bodies in fires. So, do you have any questions with regards to this? Determining the sex of the person. So, ito yung mga present natin ay hindi lang limited doon, no? Meron pang ibang part, but of all the parts of the person or bird person or consumed person, ito yung pinaka-reliable. Ito yung may pinakamataas na reliability when it comes to identification of sex. Okay. So let us proceed. Next is causes of death of bodies in fires. So the majority of fire-related deaths are caused by smoke inhalation. So remember that, no? And I know that you are familiar with that. Actual flames and burns only account for about 30% of fire-related deaths and injuries. Palagi kasi talaga ay smoke inhalation. So the pathologist and the investigator who examines a buried body recognize several important sources of evidence concerning the existence of life in the body during the fire. The oldest and most easily conducted study is that for carbon monoxide in the blood of tissue of the deceased. It is an observed fact that carbon monoxide and odorless, colorless gas is produced in dangerous amount in every building fire. It has an affinity for the red blood cells pigment, no, that is increased of 200 times that of oxygen. Therefore, the inhalation of as little as 1% of the carbon monoxide inhaled in air, nasingot natin, along with 20% oxygen, leads in a minute or two to displacement of nearly 90% of the oxygen from the hemoglobin. So, ibig sabihin, na susuffocate or na i-exhaust yung dugo natin. Na imbes oxygen, carbon monoxide yung nagsusupplement. Such 90% saturation of the blood with carbon monoxide is of course immediately fatal. Since the issues throughout the body depend on the hemoglobin to bring its supply from lungs and exchange it for the waste product of the tissue metabolism. One half of 1% of carbon monoxide in the air will lead to the fatal asphyxia of person exposed for less than, remember this, 1/2 period or 1/2 hour period. So, ganun ka fatal, no? Yung carbon monoxide kapag na-inhale natin. Kaya sinasabi natin, mas marami kasi na namamatay sa suffocation or asphyxia ng usok. So, naka-inhale muna sila ng usok, nahimatay, bago na sunog. So, ganun. So, hindi na nila na-defend sa sarili nila or hindi na sila nakatakas dahil nawala na sila ng malay dahil sa usok. So, another signs of life during the fire is the presence of smoke or soot inhalation sa ilong. So, malalaman natin, just in case yung tao na buhay pa at that time dahil may mga bero pa or biro or usok yung mga ilong nito. It means, during the time, nagkaroon ng sunog, ay buhay pa siya. So now we'll proceed to the time of death. So why we need to study about this? No? Kasi ito ay isa sa mga palatandaan na ma-identify natin kung ano oras ba o ilang oras na namatay yung biktima. So first is rigor mortis. No? So in legal parlance, we call it rigor mortis. Or tinatawag din natin na stiffening of the body. Or tinatawag din natin paninigas ng katawan. So, the time of death, bakit importante siya? So, the determination of time of death is of crucial importance. For you as investigators. Especially when they are gathering evidence or when you are gathering evidence or pieces of evidence that can support or deny the stated actions of suspects in the crime. The time elapsed from the moment of death until a corpse is discovered is also known as post-mortem interval. O tinatawag din natin na PMI. Both the time of death and the post-mortem interval cannot be determined with 100% accuracy, particularly when a body is found in advanced state of decomposition or is recovered from fire, water, or ice. Therefore, time of death and post-mortem interval are given as estimates and can vary from hours to days or from months to years depending on each particular case. So isa ito, no? Sa mga kailangan natin alamin din, no? Yung time of death. Evidence for estimating time of death includes physical evidence. Isa sa mga physical evidence ng crime of arson homicide investigation is corpses or cadaver or mga patay. No? Alam naman natin na kapag tumatagal ito ay nagbabago din ang aspeto ng katawan ng tao. Kaya kailangan din natin ma-familiarize kung ano ba ang mga nangyayari sa mga oras na ito or sa mga bawat oras na nakalipas. Kasi bawat oras na lumilipas ay iba't ibang uri ng pangyayari ang nagaganap sa katawan ng isang namatay na tao. The knowledge of internal sequential changes a dead body undergoes in relation to the variations on the rate of their occurrence due to ambient temperature, humidity, and the presence of insects or other predators are all considered when estimating the time of death. Kasi malalaman natin kung ilang oras na namatay yung isang tao base sa estado or kondisyon ng pangangatawan ng patay na or namatay na tao. Una dito ay na aspeto na kailangan natin titingnan or pwede natin tingnan is the rigor mortis. Ano yung rigor mortis? Ang rigor mortis ay yung paninigas ng katawan ng namatay na tao. Permanent ba itong rigor mortis? So, ang rigor mortis ay hindi permanent usually, no? Rigor mortis is a post-mortem change resulting in the stiffening of the body due to chemical changes in their myofibrils. Rigor mortis helps in estimating the time since death as well to ascertain if the body had been moved after death. Kasi kapag titingnan natin, pwede natin malalaman na yung katawan pala ng tao na kung saan nilagay doon sa lugar na nagkaroon ng sunog ay hindi pala doon namatay, no? Base doon sa rigor mortis or sa oras, no? Ang pagkamatay ng isang tao. So, rigor mortis under normal conditions commences from 3 to 5 hours after death. Tandaan na, nagsisimula siya, no? 3 to 5 hours after death, ang rigor mortis. Saan siya una magsisimula? Manigas. It starts in the jaw, sa panga natin. Una daw na maninigas yung panga natin kapag namatay tayo. And progress towards the lower extremities, pababa. So, simula sa panga hanggang pababa na paninigas. Tandaan, after about 48 hours, after 48 hours, it leaves the body in the same process. So, nawawala din yung rigor mortis after 48 hours. So, pero at least, no, meron tayong ideya na kapag naging investigador na tayo, alam natin na, ito ay under rigor mortis pa. So, ibig sabihin, no, hindi pa nakalipas, no, hindi pa umabot or hindi pa more than 48 hours yung pagkamatay ng isang tao. Kasi, andyan pa yung rigor mortis or yung paninigas ng katawan ng patay. Okay. Next to observe is algor mortis. So, algor mortis. So, what is algor mortis? Algor mortis is also known as the cooling of the body. Pagbaba ng temperatura ng katawan natin, no? Kapag namatay daw tayo, kaya nga sinasabi na lumalamig, no? Nanlalamig. So kapag, di ba, usually, isa sa mga statement ng mga tao na nakadiscover ng pagkamatay ng kasama nila dahil sa bangungot, no? ano yan? Alam mo nga, bangot or ano yan? Ang term dyan, no? So, bangot or cardiac arrest is, no? Panlalamig ng katawan, no? So, or, yan ang tinatawag din natin na algor mortis. Algor mortis. Algor mortis is the cooling of the body. Post-mortem. Magsabi ka post-mortem kasi after, no? Pagkatapos, no? Is the result of cessation in thermoregulation. Magsabi ka cessation, pagtigil or pagbababa ng temperatura ng katawan natin. Body temperature is controlled by the hypothalamus or homeostatic feature can no longer be maintained after death. Thus, the body temperature will begin to change towards the ambient temperature of the room or surroundings in which remains are found. So, kasi patay na tayo, so yung hypothalamus natin na connected sa utak o sa brain ay hindi na gumagana. Kasi yung katawan talaga natin, kapag buhay tayo, nag-a-adjust ito sa base sa temperatura na nararamdaman natin. So, it so happen na patay na tayo, patay na, hindi na gumagana yung hypothalamus natin, which is connected to the brain. So, wala na nagkocontrol ng temperature ng katawan. So, ano yung temperatura ng surroundings ay nag-a-adapt yung katawan natin. Bumababa yung temperatura ng katawan. Sabi nga dito, this occurs through radiation, convection, or conduction. So whatever the temperature of the surroundings, na-adapt ng katawan natin. And if the subject is wet, evaporation. So kung basa niyan yung lugar, malamig yung katawan. No? So depende, no, sa surroundings. Mostly, the body temperature decreases. Tanda, no? Although in more extreme climates, paano sir? Kung sa mga sa mga humid or hot, no? Or deserted area. So, sabi ko nagbabase minsan yung temperatura ng katawan ng isang tao when it comes to its surroundings. Consequently, temperature change, no, can play a particularly important role in establishing the post-mortem interval, no? Which in turn helps to reconstruct the chronology and circumstances surrounding death. Bakit natin ito dinidiscuss? Kasi ito yung batayan natin kung ilang oras na namatay or ilang oras na nakalipas, no? Yung tao o yung individual na namatay. Kasi meron siyang mga oras. Tandaan nga natin na ang rigor mortis ay nagsisimula 3 to 5 hours at matatapos hanggang 48 hours. Ang algor mortis ay iba, no? Algor mortis is applicable largely up to 24 hours after death. Nanlalamig na, no? In this process, cadaver temperature decreases gradually by convection, radiation, conduction, and fluid evaporation. Algor mortis or the body cooling, so as a general rule, so ang pagbaba doon ng temperatura nito is 1.5 degrees per hour. Ang pagbaba ng temperatura, 1.5 degrees per hour, room temperature. Then, so sa una na oras, then sunod na 6 na oras, no? So bababa siya ng 25 or negative 25, no? Then 1.5 to 2 degrees loss per hour yung pagbaba over the first 12 hours yung pagbaba ng temperatura. And later on, 1.5 degrees for the first 12 hours and 1 degree for the next 12 to 18 hours na pagbaba ng temperatura ng katawan natin. So, sabi nga, no? So, basta as in general rule, 1.5 degrees per hour ang pagbaba ng temperature ng katawan ng tao kapag namatay na. Okay? Do you have any questions? I think walang tanong, no? So, next we'll proceed to libidity. So, isa din ito sa mga kailangan natin tingnan, no? Time of death. The post-mortem libidity. Ano naman ang post-mortem libidity? So, ang discussion ko ito ay pagkasunod-sunod, no? Ng pangyayari sa katawan ng namatay na tao. So, after ng rigor mortis, sunod ay libor mortis. After nito ng libor mortis ay after ng algor mortis is libor mortis or tinatawag din natin na post-mortem libidity. So this is the discoloration of the body which is caused by the setting of blood towards the lower portion due to gravity. Kung saan yung nakatongtong yung gravity ng katawan ng tao, doon possible magkakaroon or magse-set in yung dugo. Yung discoloration sa katawan ng isang tao. So, malalaman natin, no, kung anong posisyon siya, no, bago namatay. So, kung yung discoloration niya ay sa likod, tapos or sa harap, ang discoloration niya, no, sa tiyan, example, at nung pagdating nyo ay nakaharap siya, ibig sabihin, ginalaw yung katawan ng tao. O ginalaw yung katawan ng biktima. Okay, no? Ayun, nakakasunod ba? Kasi yung libor mortis, no, kung saan nakatungtong, no, yung gravity ng katawan ng tao, ay doon nagsiset in yung discoloration. So remember that libor mortis or post-mortem libidity usually starts at about 2 hours after life leaves. 2 hours after life leaves the body and is complete in approximately 3 to 4 hours. Yung libor mortis or tinatawag din natin na post-mortem libidity. It is important to observe post-mortem libidity because it may indicate that a body has been moved after death. Nakakuha natin? Kasi, ito ang indikasyon yung libor mortis. Kung saan doon nakatutok yung katawan natin sa gravity, doon magsiset in yung dugo or yung discoloration. Example, nasa tiyan or nasa harapan, yung discoloration, at nakatihaya siya nung pagdating mo. Ibig sabihin, yung katawan ng taong namatay ay ginalaw. Yun doon papasok ang halaga ng post-mortem libidity. Ibig sabihin, may nag-destroy, may nagsira ng ebidensya sa crime scene. So, libidity generally becomes apparent. So, libidity becomes apparent within a short period after death. And it is said to become fixed between 8 and 12 hours after death. So, ibig sabihin, kapag nakita na natin yan at nag-fix na siya, ibig sabihin, yung patay is either 8 to 12 hours na. Kasi mag-fix na ang libor mortis sa katawan ng isang tao. And it will completely, there in your body, just in case, after 12 hours. So that is the essence and importance of post-mortem libidity. Do you have any questions? Okay, so let us proceed to next aspect, no, in determining the time of death. Last na ito, no? So, the time of death, we have another is time of decomposition. I think makakatulong din ito sa inyo, no? As an investigator. The degree of decomposition. So, meron tayong 5 aspeto ng degree of decomposition. So, we have fresh, bloat, active decay, advanced decay, and dry remains. Yung pinakalas is dry remains. Ito na yung skeleton ka na talaga. Yun ang degree of decomposition, no? When it comes to time of death. Degree of decomposition, there are certain atmospheres and conditions are conducted to rapid decomposition. Expert autopsy with full recognition of the physical conditions at the time of death may reveal some information as to the time of death. Decomposition begins several minutes after death because a process called autolysis. So, nagdi-decompose agad yung katawan natin after tayo namatay, no? Immediately, no? Or in several hours. Ang tawag doon is autolysis. Or, the other term is self-digestion. So, unti-unti kinokonsume yung mga soft tissues natin. Soon after the heart stops, cells become deprived of oxygen and their acidity increase. So, kapag namatay na tayo, yung acid ay tumataas na. So, the degree of decomposition starts within 24 to 72 hours after death. Saan siya muna magsisimula? The internal organs decompose 3 to 5 days after death. So, meron tayong mga guide or hint, no? Sa pag-identify kung ilang araw na or ilang oras na namatay yung isang tao. The body, yung katawan ng tao, starts to bloat. The body starts to bloat. No? So, parang i-consume ng hangin. No? And blood-containing foam leaks from the mouth and nose. So, that is 8 to 10 days, no, after death. 8 to 10 days. So, mag-start daw ang decomposition within 24 to 72 hours, no, after death. Then, magsisimula daw na mag-decompose yung internal organs natin after 3 to 5 days. At, mag-starts na daw na mag-bloat yung katawan natin after 8 to 10 days. The body turns from green to red as the blood decomposes. And the organs in the abdomen accumulate gas. So, nagiging green na tayo, no? Kaya nga, ganun pala yung nangyayari. So, what are the 5 phases of decomposition? So, una discuss natin yung fresh. Ano itong fresh sa time of death? So, remember, no, dito nagsisimula yung autolysis or self-digestion na tinatawag natin sa katawan. The second phase is bloating or pag-bloat. At this phase, the microbes work away and gases begin to accumulate in the intestine. Kaya nag-bloat tayo kasi nagkakaroon na ng gases sa katawan ng tao or sa taong namatay. Kaya nag-bloat na siya. Yan ang bloating, ibig sabihin, nasa second phase na ng decomposition yung patay. Tandaan natin, no? Nasa second phase na siya. Yung third phase naman is the active decomposition or tinatawag din natin na active decay. Tissue begins to liquefy. So, and decomposition fluids set out through orifices. So, magsabi ka, no, kung nasa third phase na daw, no, yung mga body fluids ng katawan natin ay lumalabas na sa orifice ng katawan ng tao. So, ibig sabihin, kapag nakita natin yung patay, na gano'n na yung sitwasyon, lumalabas na yung fluids sa iba't ibang orifices or orifice ng katawan ng tao, ibig sabihin, nasa third phase na of decomposition yung katawan ng tao. Then, the fourth one is advanced decomposition o tinatawag din natin na advanced decay. So, it is when soft tissues are gone. So, kung klaro dyan sa inyo or nakikita nyo dyan sa ika-apat, no, na phase ng decomposition, wala na yung mga soft tissues or wala na yung mga laman-laman. No? Whatever skin is left has turned dry and leathery, and the skeleton is visible. So usually kasi isa sa mga naka-apekto dito, bakit nawawalagan yung mga parasites or insects na kumakain sa soft tissues or laman ng tao. No? Examples, yung mga maggots, no? At ang maggots talaga ay isa sa mga insekto or parasite talaga na nagpapabibilis sa pagkawala, no? Or pagka-decay ng katawan ng tao. And the last one is the skeletal decay or tinatawag din natin na dry remains. It is the fifth and the last phase of decomposition. It is the end of decomposition process. So, a variety of factors result in the breakdown or fragmentations of bones. So, dito na natin nakikita yung mga buto. Wala na mga laman na natira. No? Acidic soil, for example, dissolves an organic mineral compounds called hydrolapatite. No? Bones can also disintegrate without subjected to variety of physical forces just in case. So these are the 5 degree of decompositions that occurs during the time of death of a person. Fresh, bloat, active decay phase, advanced decay phase, and the last is the dry remain case, no? Or the skeletal decay. So, bakit kailangan natin dito ipamiliarize? Because makakatulong sa atin para ma-identify natin kung ilang oras na, no? Ilang araw na namatay yung isang tao. I hope it could help, no? Next is circumstances and manner in which injury was received. No? So first is defense wounds. Next is hesitation marks. Next is blood alcohol content. And the last is carbon monoxides that we already discussed. No? Defense wounds, no? Saan natin makikita usually ito? Ito yung mga sugat na makikita natin palagi sa wrist, forearms, or sa kamay natin. So, ibig sabihin, nagre-resist yung biktima. Or ibig sabihin, ina-atake siya. Next is hesitation marks. Hesitation marks is usually signifies a crime of suicide. So, sinusubok-subukan niya muna kung sa tingin niya, kaya niya. And eventually, just in case, no, commit the crime of suicide. The next is blood alcohol content. So, sometimes, no, hindi naman talaga nawawala sa isang situation or circumstances na sa sobrang kalasingan natin, no, o na sobrang kalasingan, nasunog ka. Example, nanigarilyo ka, no? Hindi mo namalayan kasi as observed nga, meron nga din akong kakilala o mga kilala na minsan yung mga sigarilyo nila ay hindi na napapatay. No? It so happen na yung soot or yung ember or yung baga ng sigarilyo ay hindi dumukot sa materials or cloths. Or sometimes sa sobrang kalasingan, hindi na natin natanggal yung mga appliances natin na mga nakasaksak. So it so happen me, nangyari din yan sa akin as experience. Sa sobrang lasing, nagluto ako ng pagkain ko at di ko na malaya, nakatulog ako. So, nagising na lang ako, umaga na. So, can you imagine that? So, what if nagkaroon ng reaction or chemical reaction dun? So, siguro nasunog ako. So, these are the circumstances, no? In manner in which the injury was received. So the question is the wound or burns ante-mortem or post-mortem? So the question of burns or wounds being produced before or after death. Bago ba namatay or nung namatay na siya? In the events of burns, alone the question can be answered by showing the presence or absence of vital reactions in the lesions. That is, by the nature of desiccation, by inflammatory changes, and around the vesicles and by the character of the fluid in the vesicles. Ito baga ang example na nilason ka, no? At tapos pinalabas na nag-suicide ka. Suicide in the sense na binitay ka, no? But, bago ka binitay, ayun pala ipatay ka na. So, supposed to be, dapat meron mga reactions dyan, no? Namumula yung leg because of blood, clotting. But wala, no? And because, prior to that execution of the particular action, ay patay ka na. Kaya kailangan din natin identify if the death of that person or the wound or burn caused on that particular person is either ante-mortem or post-mortem. Kasi iba ang reaksyon ng katawan natin sa burns or wounds kapag buhay ka pa kaysa patay na nang tig-inflict yung burns or wounds. If these vesicles or blister shows characteristics such as a serous fluid containing albumin and chlorides, if inflammatory areolar tissue surrounds the vesicle or if pus is present, the pathologist will know if vital reaction has occurred prior to death. Ibig sabihin, bago siya namatay, talaga, no? O bago siya nasunog, buhay talaga siya. But if pus is present, the pathologist will know the injury was inflicted a considerable period of time, probably 36 to 48 hours prior to death. Sabi nga ni Paulson, 1965, he pointed out, no, determination of when the burns were received before or after death is critically important. Si Poisson yan ang nagsabi, no? Or si Paulson ang nagsabi niyan in his research, no? During 1965. So, tagal na nga yan eh. But, he strongly, no, stated na kailangan natin i-determine yung wounds or burn or pagkasunog ng isang tao kung anti-mortem ito or hindi. Because it is critically important. Kasi nga dito na papasok yan yung homicide or murder. Just in case sa investigation nyo. If the burns were anti-mortem, no, yung pagkasunog niya ay bago siya namatay, before death, then it is important to determine if the burns were the cause of death. Tama, hindi? Antemortem, no? So, kung ang burns na daw, kung antemortem daw ito ba ang resulta ng pagkamatay niya? But on the other hand, if the burns were post-mortem, pagkatapos, no? Sabi ka, post-mortem, it is possible that the victim's death occurred by violence. And the fire was attempt to conceal the crime or destroy the evidence. So ito yung sinasabi ko, no? Just in case, no? During the time na natanggap niya yung pasa o pagkasunog, ay patay na siya. So ginawa lang ito para matakpan yung krimen na ginawa. Do you have any questions? Okay, no? So, let us proceed. So, the important aspect in arson investigation. So, what are the important aspect in arson homicide investigation? So, first is places of importance. So, under places of importance, we have, ano yung importante dyan? The crime scene. It is the most important place of all the place in arson investigation. The second one is avenues of approach, yung entry, and avenue of escape, yung exit. Places where victim was seen immediately preceding his death. Saan ba nakita? Sa CR ba? Sa kwarto? Sa sala? Saan, no? So, places where suspect claims he was. And places where tayo dyan, ay pwede na mawala yung case natin. Or, mas worse, next is be objective, become and use your brain. So, not actually the brain, no? Literally, but think in a logical and in an analytic way. So protect the crime scene. No? Do not remove anything until its location and position has been noted and photographed. And there are golden rule, no? On evidence. Do not untie knots in ropes and similar items of evidence. Kasi lahat ng mga evidence na nakuha natin ay significant, no, sa case natin. Unless it is rebutted or proved not to be worth. So, yun nga sabi natin, find your worth ba? Hanapin mo yung worth ng isang bagay kung ito ay mahalaga sa case mo. So, color photographs should be taken as well as black and white. Physical evidence that will tend to prove the elements of the crime unusual odors, symbols, fetishes, or rituals. So, magsabi ka fetishes, it pertains to the sexual deviant of the person, no? Or the deviance. No? So, when the body is finally moved, attention should be given to the area beneath the body. Use a rubber sheet to prevent contaminating crime scene with spilled blood, and take photographs of all the bystanders. Kasi malay mo, isa doon sa mga bystanders ay suspect or perpetrator sa krimen. Now, next we'll proceed to legal entry and evidence collecting. So there are two major factors affecting admissibility in court of exhibits. No? First is the exhibit must be labeled so it's clearly and distinctly recognized in the lab or court as a specific piece of material recovered at the fire scene. The admissibility of evidence is the most important factor in determining whether a piece of evidence is admissible in its relevance to the proceeding. Itong tinatawag natin na relevant evidence. Includes any evidence that would make the existence of a material fact more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. As a general rule, relevant evidence is admissible while evidence deemed irrelevant is not. So, hindi naman lahat na bagay na andun sa crime scene or sa scene is a relevant evidence. So, it is our intuition and it is in our discretion to consider what particular materials or things to be considered as irrelevant evidence. So it is important to not only document what is being obtained, but who is doing the collection. So tandaan niyo obtained and collection. Bakit? No? Kasi dito sa obtaining and collecting of evidence, dito na natin ina-establish yung chain of custody of evidence. But who is doing the collection when it was collected? And other details that validate the evidence. The chain of custody documentation provides information regarding the collection, transportation, storage, and general handling of the electronic devices, just in case. So, sir, what is the role of chain of custody? Just in case, arson, in the case of arson. So, during the trial, the prosecution has the burden of proving the chain of custody. The investigator must prove that the sample of accelerants or things or weapons being presented into evidence form parts of the inventory of accelerants or things, weapons, materials, at the time and place of confiscation. Anong sinasabi sa chain of custody? The rules of evidence. Sorry. Ang pinupunto doon is that, dapat sa chain of custody of evidence is that kung ano yung kinuha mo doon sa crime scene, ay yun din dapat ang ebidensya na napapresent mo. Kaya ano yung pinaka-importante na dapat natin gawin ay there must be a proper collection, documentation, and tagging of evidence. Huwag natin kalimutan yung date at yung tao na nagkuha nun at pinasahan ng ebidensya na ito. What happens, sir, kung nakalimutan? So that is a big problem. Kasi sabi ko nga, as much as possible in the prosecution, so kapag investigator ka, you need to prove sa prosecution at sa korte na yung ebidensya na yan na nagtipresent mo, ayun yung ebidensya na nakuha mo sa crime scene. Ngayon, what if walang pangalan, walang date, kung sino nag-accept or nagtanggap nun? Sabi ko, as much as possible, in a court proceedings, legal matters, do not create doubts. So, you create doubts kasi nawala yung chain of custody. Pwede na ako mag-question, pwede ko na tanungin. So, during the time or oras na yan, sino may hawak ng ebidensya na yan? Or sa oras na yan, yung ebidensya na yan na hawak mo, ay yan pa ba? Yung nakuha mo doon sa crime scene? So as much as possible, do not create doubts. Because in the doctrine of pro reo, in criminal law, states that whenever a penal law is to be construed or applied, and the law admits of two interpretation. Kasi nagkaroon ng doubt. So, ibig sabihin, magkakaroon na ng dalawang interpretasyon. Authentic and non-authentic yung evidence na hawak mo. Di ba? Kasi nagkaroon ng disruption sa chain of custody ng evidence. So, when a penal law is to be construed or applied, and the law admits of two interpretation, one is lenient to the offender and one is strict to the offender. The interpretation which is lenient or favorable to the offender will be adopted or will be given to the suspect. So this is in consonance with the fundamental rule that all doubts or paghihinala shall be construed in favor of the accused and consistent with the presumption of innocence of the accused. So the second is the exhibit must be uncontaminated or unaltered in the same state it was when it was collected. So ito yung sinasabi ko na nagkaroon na ng doubt just in case. Remember that it is important to not only document what is being obtained, but who is doing the collection, when it was collected, and other details that validate the evidence. The chain of custody or chain of documentation provides necessarily information. Sabi ko nga, the fundamental rule that all doubts shall be construed in favor of the accused and consistent with the presumption of innocence of the accused. So as much as possible, do not create doubts. So to improve the chance or chances of admissibility of evidence, so clearly identified with a proper label, tag or mark, collected and placed appropriate containers, stored and handled of documented chain of evidence. So, I think, so you already internalized what we discussed today about the admissibility of evidence. So, yung mga nabanggit natin dito, proper labeling, tagging, collection, and obtaining, and the proper transfer of evidence from one person to another up to the prosecution and court presentation must be identified and must be also presented. So I hope, so you already know that all doubts or the creation of doubts would probably favor to the accused. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you po, sir.
So, I think do you have any questions? Or before you ask the questions, we will proceed to another topic. Hello? Hello? Narinig na ba ako ng lahat?
Opo, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there is certain concern, no? Sabi in your previous discussion of arson law, so Attorney Tuldanes discuss about prostrated arson. Then is that clear? It is clear?
Yes,
May nagtanong kanina? Okay. Your class president? Okay, no? So, kanina, hindi ko naman, if you guided with the discussion, no? So, hindi ko naman sinasabi kanina na walang arson, walang prostrated arson at merong prostrated arson. I-clear ko yan, ha? Hindi ko sinasabi na wala at meron. I only present the stance between the two groups. The group who consider that there is or there should be a prostrated arson, and the other group who stand that there should not prostrated arson. Yung unang grupo nagsasabi na dapat meron, at yung pangalawang grupo ay nagsasabi na wala dapat prostrated arson. I'm not saying na there is no and there is. Ang sinasabi ko na proponent ng prostrated arson group, ito yung mga tao na nagsasabi, no, na dapat in arson law dapat mayroong prostrated sa stages in the commission of crime. Sino ba itong nagsasabi na ito? Si Justice Luis B. Reyes, no? And one of the San Beda College of Law. Doon sa pangalawang stance, no, or group, that they are saying that there must be or there shouldn't be, dapat walang prostrated arson. Ang crime of arson is under Attorney Leonor D. Buado. And it also included in the University of the Philippines Bar Operations. Ateneo de Manila Bar 2011 notes. Ito yung sinasabi ko na mga stance. Bali, ang tig-discuss ko dito ay tig-present ko lang yung mga stands and opinions ng bawat grupo na mga justices at lawyers. Kaya nga sa huli doon na part, sabi ko, it is the decision of the court. No? Kasi wala namang jurisprudence. Magsabi ka jurisprudence, cases na nagkaroon ng desisyon na prostrated arson. It so happen na meron during the time of US versus Valdez. Ito ang kanina dinidiscuss ko. So, ang stand ng prostrated arson grupo ng mga abogado na nagsasabi na dapat mayroong prostrated arson ay si Attorney or Justice Luis Reyes. Sabi niya, no, the fact of having set fire to some rugs and jute sacks soaked in kerosene oil and placing them near the wooden partition of the house should not be qualified as consummated arson, inasmuch as no part of the house began to burn. Sabi ni Associate Justice Luis B. Reyes, in this case, it is only prostrated arson, citing the case of Valdez during the time of Commonwealth. So, sinasabi ko dito na yung tigpe-present ko ng mga kaso ay hindi ko sinasabi na wala or meron. So, it is up to the court or to the Supreme Courts to decide kung merong arson, prostrated arson, or walang prostrated arson. Basta tig-present ko lang na wala pa tayong cases or decided cases or jurisprudence. Pero sabi ko ha, sa Bureau of Fire Manual, meron tayong prostrated arson. In-explain ko kanina na, for example, itong trapo or basahan na nilagyan ko ng gas or gasolina at sinindihan ko, and it so happen na bago niya maabot yung parte ng isang bahay or parts ng bahay para masunog, ay ito ay naapula na. Sa stages in the commission of crime of arson, makonsider natin ito na itong sinasabi na ni Justice Reyes na prostrated arson. Pero ang sabi nga ni Atty. Buyado, iba ang stand niya, no? Ang stand niya kasi, once na nagkaroon na ng apoy, then that will be considered consummated arson. I hope na clear sa inyo, no? I'm not saying na there is or there is no. I'm only presenting the cases, the stand of these justices and lawyers when it comes to the issue of prostrated arson. Okay? I hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can we...
Sir, pwede mag-question?
Sir, kasi, question ko lang siya kasi during the lecture of Atty. Caldanes, ang sabi niya is, parang, na talaga yan, there is no such thing as frustrated arson. Wala, parang daw siya ng rape, walang frustrated rape. Parang yun ang pagkasabi niya, tinanong ko lang, sir, kasi gusto ko lang i-clear, kasi parang...
yes.
Yun lang po, sir.
Okay, naintindihan ko naman. I'm just providing a clear path kasi in your investigation.
Yes.
Kailangan nyo talaga, no? Kaya it is the duty of the court, no? Yung korte. No? Yung nyo na lang is to file, no? The proper complaint, no? Or case. So yung korte na yung balang mag-decide dyan with regards to that. I'm only presenting that there is no and there is prostrated. Na ano ba? Ang tig-present ko ngayon na cases, there is and there is no.
Thank you, sir.
So it's okay, no? Na at least we, I'm with Atty. Caldanes. Supposed to be, no? There is no, no? Kaso it so happen, there is no prostrated. Kasi during the time na kapag nag-start ka na ng apoy, kahit basahan yan, it consummates. Kaya, based on the definition of the arson law, the word burning itself, no, constitute fire. Di ba? So, how can you say that it is prostrated? It so happened that we don't have jurisprudential or jurisprudence. Magsabi ka kasi ng jurisprudence, mga kaso or mga cases na binigyan desisyon ng korte. Yung mga desisyon, yung mga kaso na binigyan desisyon ng korte, yung desisyon yon ay magiging jurisprudence natin. Ibig sabihin, kung ako yung judge, yung kaso na yun ay pwede kong maging basihan sa kaso na hinahawakan ko ngayon. I think it's okay. Ano yung punto ko?
Yes, sir.
Sabi ko, I am with Atty. Tuldanes, no? I am with Atty. Tuldanes. It so happen nga, wala pa akong mahanap at wala pa akong makita na cases or jurisprudence. Kaya nga, hindi ako naging bias. Dalawang coin or dalawang side of the coin ang tig-present ko sa inyo. At least meron kayong ideya with regards to that.
Yes,
I think it is clear, or I think it is okay. So I think we will proceed to next topic. I hope it is 3:44 in the afternoon. So it is something short discussion about. Naka-mute ba ako?
Sir, naririnig ka po namin, sir.
Okay. So pwede na ba tayo mag-start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon once again. So, welcome again to our second subject, interview and interrogation. So, I'm your lecturer, Augusto D. Tayco Jr. So, interview. So, when we relate it to the business world, so it includes for job seeking. But in law enforcement service, interview pertains to investigation. So, what is investigative interviewing or interview? It said that investigative interviewing or interview is one of the most fundamental features of investigation or criminal investigation in arson investigation. And the ability to interview victims, witnesses, and suspects effectively is a key skill for law enforcement officials. So kung meron kang skills daw, it comes to interview, it is your advantage. It is your edge among other investigators. Hindi kasi inborn ang pagiging skilled interviewer, no? Ito ay natututunan. So, according to the research of Baldwin, 1993, Fishers and Ross and Chill, 2010, or this research is conducted during 2010, Bull, 1999, Smith, 2009, and the research of Snook et al. 2010 stated that the real-world analysis interviewers from around the world, however, have observed consistently poor interviewing practices. So, mababa daw yung natin, no? According to the research, it is not my opinion. According to the research, no, of Snook et al. 2010. So, mababa daw yung interviewing level, no, practices ng mga investigators. The majority of recommendation for rectifying this issue to date have focused on improving the skills of interviewers through evidence-based interview training. So, however, little attention has been paid to the relationship between the personality characteristics of interviewers and their effectiveness in conducting investigative interviews. So, in the research, investigative interview or interview is a dynamic social interaction. So when I say dynamic, so it always changes or changes. Okay, between the interviewer and the interview. And it is a challenging task because interviewees, yung mga in-interview, might not be willing to share information for different reasons. Example of these reasons, bakit ayaw nila na i-interviewin or maging interviewee, because of embarrassment. Kahihiyan or nahihiya or they are guilty of particular crime. So it is conducted in the study of Griffith, Mill, and Sherman, 2011. It is also conducted in the study by Yeski, 2003. So ito yung mga researches or research about investigation or interview na sinabi nila. So it said that in order to overcome these challenges and obtain the most extensive amount of accurate and reliable information from suspects, victims, and witnesses, interviewers, yung mga tao nag-i-interview, special investigators, requires variety of special skills to do it. So, sino nagsabi niya, no? Si Skolom, 2005. So, yan, no? Sa research study na kinagdak ni Skolom, sinasabi niya na para maging accurate, para maging effective daw tayo na investigator, at reliable, kailangan natin mag-acquire ng iba't ibang uri ng specialized skills sa pag-interview. Which is important in the investigation. So, this is the part 2 or the second subject for today, interview and interrogation. So, the learning objectives we have, differentiate between an interview and interrogation, describe characteristics of a good interviewer, analyze and apply the steps for conducting an interview and interrogation, and develop a method and strategies in handling resistance from interviewees. So, interview. So, what is an interview? So, diba, yung natutunan natin, no, nung college, sabi natin, interview is a simple questioning of a person. Diba, no? Yun ang definition niya, no? So, but, you can elevate the definition that when you say interview, it is considered a non-accusatory question. So, ibig sabihin, yung mga tanong mo na ito ay wala kang kinalaman with regards sa pangyayari, krimen, or insidente. Non-accusatory question and answer session with the suspect, victim, or witness. The goal of an interview is to gather information and make an assessment of the subject's credibility. Some of the information you gather during this time will be investigative in nature. So ito yung interview. So tandaan natin palagi, no? But when the questions incriminate a person, then that is not interview. That will be considered interrogation. And an interrogation could be part of custodial investigation. So kaya nga dapat kailangan mag-iingat tayo dyan. No? Lalo na kapag yung in-interview natin o kinakausap natin ay isang suspect na sa isang krimen. Kasi kapag nakaligtaan natin na ibigay yung nararapat na karapatan para sa kanya, that will be violation of his constitutional rights and it will lead to dismissal of the case. Or it could be lead to inadmissibility of the statement provided by the person interviewed. So the information collected in an interview may come from a victim or from a person who has no other relationship to the criminal activity other than being where he or she was. The person to be interviewed must fulfill 3 requirements of being a witness. So it is during interview. The presence, not literally, no? Na andyan ka lang. Dapat it includes presence of everything, physically, mentally, and spiritually aspect. Consciousness and attentiveness to what was happening. So this aspect or requirements shows if it is present to the interviewee, then he will be considered as a credible witness. Kasi kapag wala naman ganito, why you will consider him as a witness? Or why interview him? So do not waste time to this person. While the purpose of interrogation is to elicit the truth from a person whom the investigator believes has lied during an interview. So, pang-countermeasure yung interview sa interrogation. So, whatever results in interview and interrogation, yun yung magiging basihan mo sa investigation mo. It is said that interrogation is different because it is the process of testing. Testing the information gained or gathered during an interview and its application to a particular suspect. So, ginigauge natin, ginagamit natin ang interview para magkaroon ng preparatory statements or information or data. Now, in order to counter this or to check the interview or the statements in the interview, we conduct interrogation. So, if somehow there are certain relevance doon sa interview and interrogation, itong part na ito ay pwede natin gamitin. Example, isang sentence lang na nagkaroon ng connection doon sa interview at interrogation mo sa witness at sa akusado, ay pwede mo lang magamit ito na part na witnesses to appear before the office of the investigation and intelligence concerned for a formal interview. So doon tayo mag-conduct, no? Sa opisina natin. Arson investigator requires the witness to execute and sign his or her sworn statement or sinumpaang salaysay. And have the same duly subscribed and sworn to before a person legally authorized to administer the oath. So, sino ba yung legal person, no, na pwede mag-administer ng oath o sinumpaang salaysay ni witness? So, pwede si notaryo publiko, si prosecutor, si clerk of courts, or si judge, no? Or, again, ulit, no? Or at least a member of the Bureau of Fire Protection investigation team with the rank of fire inspector. So, pwede siya mag-administer ng oath or mag-sign. The fire and arson investigator conducts interview and questioning to other experts, professionals who can provide relevant information about the occurrence of the fire. So that is, no, the interview. So simple lang naman, no? Tandaan natin palagi na sa interview, it must be in a form, no? Not form of statements which is not accusatory. Kasi once na yung statements natin is of accusatory in nature, then we could presume that you are conducting interrogation. And in interrogation, requires certain procedures and rights, no, of the person. So, interview is the questioning of a person believed to possess knowledge that is in official interest to the investigator. It is done when questioning a witness or informants, just in case. So, simpleng tanong mo, no? So, nakita mo. Isa ka ba sa mga nakakita ng sunog that time? No? Those are questions that could be considered part of interview. Because when you say or when you ask na kasama ka ba doon sa nagsunog? Or kasama ka ba doon, no, sa mga inaakusahan? So that is accusatory na. So the importance of the interview, it is important considering that the person interviewed usually gives his account of an incident under investigation or offers information concerning a person being investigated in his own manners or words. So, ibig sabihin, walang tumutulak sa kanya, no? Authentic itong mga sinasabi niya, no? Which is very important in your investigation. And probably, no, can help, no, to pursue your case. Kahit maliit man yan, or light man yan, or heavy yan na statements, as long, no, it is essential in your investigation, then accept that. So, as a basic assumptions, alam naman natin, nobody has to talk to law enforcers. Totoo naman talaga yan. Di ba? Ang hirap maghanap ng witness. Sometimes, no? Because, no law compels a person to talk to law enforcers if he doesn't want to. Therefore, the people will have to be persuaded, always within legal and ethical limits, to talk to law enforcer. Kaya nga sabi natin, investigation and interview is an art. It is an art because it requires skills, knowledge, intuitions, para mapasagot mo at mapabigay mo ng necessary information itong tao regarding or related doon sa case na hinahawakan mo. So, who will be considered? No? So, we must consider the person interviewed. Yung tao na tinatanong natin. Ano yung i-consider natin? What are those things we must consider in interviewing a person? First, it is important to observe his ability to observe. Ikaw bilang investigador, titingnan mo din, no? Kung hanggang saan yung ability niya to observe. Or magmatyag. Or magbigay ng salaysay, no? When it comes sa condition, situation, or circumstances in question. His ability to remember. Kasi kapag nagpapabago-bago siya ng statement, then your witness or the person you interviewed is not a credible one. So, ano ang gagawin natin? Maghanap tayo ng iba. The third one is ability to narrate. Paano ba siya magkwento? Staggered siya magkwento. Yung si staggered. Paputol-putol, paiba-iba. Hindi connected. Yung narration niya ng situation or circumstances. His mental weakness, because of stupidity of infancy. So he is always affected. Kung kapag tinatanong mo, natatakot na, nag-iiba na yung statements niya. So therefore, this person is not a positive or a positive one to handle, or to consider as a witness. His moral weakness because of drunkenness, drug addiction, is being a pathological liar or similar factor. So as much as possible, kapag naghahanap tayo ng taong interviewin or maging witness, titingnan natin itong aspeto. Malay mo during that time, lasing pala siya. Emotional weakness resulted by family members, hatred, revenue, and love. If it is involved emotionally, then he will not be considered as a person to be interviewed. Because, kapag i-consider natin siya, it might be a result or it might result to bias or unjust. Siyempre, galit siya eh. So after we discuss, after we consider the person to be interviewed, then we'll focus on the personal trait or personal traits of the person who conduct the interview. As an investigator, ano ba dapat? Ano ba ang personal traits na mayroon dapat tayo? So first, you must be a practical psychologist. So kapag psychologist ka, you are able to understand and determine the actions, the behavior, or the reaction or reactions of the persons you interview. Because you are a practical psychologist. Kahit hindi tayo mag-enroll dito, so sa degree of psychology, but as much as possible, dapat meron tayong idea when it comes to this. Bodily movement, the way a person must answer the questions, or what answer should be an interviewed person will provide. The second one is one of the important aspect is your sincere interest in people. Kasi kapag loner ka, so I think you are not one or it will affect your well-being as an investigator. Wala kang interest sa tao eh. Another is, you must be calm, disciplined, and you can keep or hold your temper. Minsan kasi sa mga investigator, kapag nagtatanong, ay siga, astig. So, yung mga approach dapat na ganun sana, ay hindi natin i-employ sa process ng interview. Kasi iba ang interview sa interrogation. Parang kape ba? Na marunong tayong magtimpla ng tamang lasa. That is interview. Or that's how you interview a person. We will not stick to one traits only or trait only. As much as possible, as an investigator, we must be flexible. Flexible tayo. Whatever situation or circumstances would arise during interview. Next is, you must be courteous, decent, and sensitive. So ito nga sinasabi ko, Paano mo makukuha yung loob ko kung una pa lang ay binastos mo na ako? So expect na hindi ako mag-cooperate sa'yo or I will give certain information, but that's all, I will not commit my time to you. You are self-assured and professional and tactful. You must be cordial and agreeable and never officious, but should avoid over-familiarity. So, in interviewing a person, dapat marunong tayong magdala. So, sa tingin natin na hindi maganda yung sagot niya, but we know how to respond positively. Parang estudyante ba, mali yung sagot. But we tend to encourage him to answer. Okay, your answer is good. So parang ganun ba? But I think there is better. So that is a cordial manner. You cannot say that, no, that is wrong. It is not. So, negative agad yung approach mo sa sagot niya. So, as much as possible, iwasan natin ito bilang isang investigator. So, you must be forceful, persistent, and patient. Tayo ang nakikiusap eh. So, tayo ang magbigay ng pasensya, oras. forceful, the word forceful doesn't necessarily mean that you apply certain force or aspect. The meaning of forceful here is the word determination. To acquire information. So sa paulit-ulit mo na pakiusap or pag-convince, later on, napapayag mo siya, no? Parang naniligaw ka ba? Paano mo yan mabibigay o mapapasagot yung babae or yung lalaki? Si gender, ano tayo ngayon, no? Equality. Kung hindi ka marunong manligaw, no? So, kailangan natin, no, ng determination or forcefulness or persistence or patience sa ganitong bagay. So, these are the traits, no, that the interviewers must possess. No? Isa ito, no? Then, the higher aspect of traits includes, why is it higher aspect, no? Because it pertains usually to a higher degree of personality na. You must be analytical. You must not be subjective. In interpreting situations, you must be scientific or analytic, no? In interpreting the answers and the circumstances surrounding that particular situations during interview. Ito isa sa mga sinasabi ko din, that you must be flexible and cautious. Flexible in the sense that we cannot expect the same situations. Paiba-iba eh. We cannot expect na yung unang case natin is the same, or we cannot expect that the first witness or first person we interviewed is the same with the second person we will interview. Magkaiba, no? Next is, you must be a good actor. And you must conceal your own emotions. Ito bagang kahit galit na galit ka na, or naiinis ka na. Kasi kahit anong pilit mo, kahit anong persuade mo, ay hindi pa rin nagbibigay ng magandang sagot sa'yo. Or hindi nakikipag-cooperate. And the next one is, you must avoid the third degree tactics, which is in violation, no? To the constitutional rights of a person. Takutin mo, hindi pwede yan, no? A persons must be treated with humanitarian and legal precepts or percepts. Once that we exceed in this boundary, then expect, no, the legal aspect, no, or the legal consequences. And the last, no, so always keeps the rule of evidence in mind. So these are, no, the traits of a good interviewer or investigators must possess. No? So if you have all this, then possibly, you have the higher chance or higher level of success and effectiveness in taking or deducing information to the person you will interview. So, ganun, no? So, next is planning the interview. Why we need to plan before we interview? Hindi pa pwede na on the spot, may interview agad tayo, no? So, the facts of the case which have been established is one aspect to be included in your plans in the conduct of interview. The second is the information needed to complete the picture. Not necessarily or specifically or literally a picture, but the information itself. The sources of information that may be consulted, such as files and records. So, the sources of information, dapat naka-organize ito. Nakalista kung ano yung mga kinakailangan natin. Hindi na pabalik-balik tayo doon sa kung saan o lugar na kukunin natin ito. List down all your needs or all information you need, documents, files, or records. In that way, so makakatipid ka, no? Ng oras, energy, and, siyempre, pera. Because it doesn't necessarily mean na kapag law enforcers tayo, hindi na tayo gumagastos din eh. Paglabas natin, gagastos tayo, kakain, iinom, no? Whatsoever, no? Mamasahe, no? So, we need snacks. So, kailangan nakapagplano tayo na maayos with regards to this. Next is possibility of confronting the suspect with physical evidence. Here is very important and very crucial. Kasi once na nagkamali tayo dito, the intention in order to establish the results will be affected. The next is the time available for the interview. Tandaan natin palagi na hindi natin hawak ang oras ng ibang tao. It is not mandatory, no? So, lagi tayong nakikiusap. So, lagi tayong tatanong when or where is your availability. So, titingnan natin or magkaroon tayo ng time schedule. The next is the time allowed by law. Hindi na gabi na, i-hold mo pa siya. Kasuhan tayo ng arbitrary. Nakuha? So, these are the things we need to plan. No? Or one of the things we need to plan in conducting an interview. After we plan, we prepare, no, for the interview. So, before interviewing a witness, the law enforcer should mentally review the case and consider what information the witness can contribute. If the case requires it, he should acquaint himself with the background of the witness. Of the witness. So, ano ibig sabihin nito? So, why we need to prepare, no, in conducting interview? Sabi ko nga, for organizing. Do not waste time. Kasi once na hindi organize, yung preparation natin sa pagkandak ng interview, nagsasayang tayo ng oras. Especially, no, na hindi natin alam pala yung case or kaso natin na hinandle. As much as possible, as an investigator, we must familiarize our case. Bakit? No? Para alam natin kung ano yung itatanong natin at kung anong possible na mga sagot na makukuha natin doon. Next to consider is the time, place, and surrounding circumstances. So, it is not always impossible to fix the time and place of an interview. But since memory is short, it is basic that an interviewer with a witness and suspect should take place as soon as possible after the commission of the crime. So, ibig sabihin nito, time is essential. Time is of the essence here in this aspect. Kasi the longer the time, the lesser the information we can deduce. So, we see deduce yung napipiga natin baga ng mga important information. So, kahit sino naman kasi talaga, no? Habang tumatagal, unti-unti nawawala yung mga necessary and important information. No? Doon sa isang event, circumstance, or situation na na-observe natin. So, as much as possible, the shortest the time, the better na mag-conduct ng interview. And because fresh pa kasi, kumbaga, fresh pa yung data, fresh pa yung memories, fresh pa yung circumstances or situations sa isip ng witness natin. Next is, interview of an arrested person should be made as soon as possible after the arrest. So it is, when you say interview, most of the question here is not incriminatory or it don't have relation or something to do with the case. Next is conduct of interviews whenever possible in your own turf. So just in case we need, so it is possible, so conduct it. Kapag may oras ka, no? At sa tingin mo, pwede din siya, no? Then, do it. As much as possible, no? Huwag na natin patagalin. Then the next one is, have an interview room where there will be privacy. So, I know that some of our departments ay hindi naman talaga ganun kaganda, no, na mga interrogation room natin. No? A simple one in which, in order to separate, no, the person from others. So, it will be matter na. Pwede na yun. As to provide privacy during interview. Because kapag walang privacy dyan, so, yung person interviewed or witnesses will be distracted. Kasi may padaan-daan, may tumutunog-tunog, may yung nag-iingay. So, as much as possible, the interview must be in private place. So, for example, nag-allocate yung station nyo dyan para sa interview room. So, maganda yan. The word privacy doesn't necessarily mean that in your private own property. No, hindi, no? So, as long that you are there's no distractions, then it could be matter. Next is arrange it so that there will be no interruption during the interview. So, if you are, if you are conducting, so please inform your witnesses or interviewed person that he must or she must turn on the cell phone, no? Or focus on the questions being asked by the interviewer. Next is, suspects should be interviewed separately. So, hindi natin ihalo yung suspect sa witness. No? Or suspect at suspect. As much as possible, we must separate them or interview them individually. Each answer or responses by the suspect or suspects can be used, no? And can be interpreted kung nagsasabi sila ng totoo or hindi. Kasi once na kapag nagkaroon ng pagkakaiba doon sa statements ng dalawang suspect doon sa in-interview nyo, then probably one of them is lying. Next is arrange the chairs so that window lights falls on the interview and not on the interviewer. So, anong purpose ng ilaw? So, it is to observe the reaction of the witness or the suspect during questioning. Kasi nga sabi nga natin, di ba? We must be the psychologist. Ngayon, obserbahan natin kung ano yung mga response ng ini-interview natin or ano yung sagot niya doon sa bawat tanong natin. So, if there are two interviewers, let one be the prime interviewer. The interviewer should adapt his speech to the style best understood by the subject. So, ito yung sinasabi natin na as much as possible, the language or dialect to be used is unknown to the person. Ibig sabihin nun, yung naiintindihan niya ba? So, hindi tayo pwede as kagaya ngayon, no? Halo-halo tayo. So, iba't ibang lugar tayo galing. So, as much as possible, yung dialect and language na yung gamitin natin is unknown to everyone. Alam. Kasi kapag hindi natin gagamitin yon, it might result, no, to the information na hindi natin kailangan kasi hindi na naiintindihan yung sinasabi natin at yung tinatanong natin. Because of our speech, hindi klaro, dialect, or language. Next is straight back chairs should be used for both subject and interviewers. So, proper use of chairs. Hindi na babalik rin natin ang upuan, tapos magharap, then ilalagay yung kamay natin sa baba natin. No? So, we must have a proper etiquette, no, in using the chair and proper talking a person. The interviewer should remain seated and refrain from facing about the room. Kaya parang aalis ka na ba? As much as possible, show to the persons that you are interested, that you are with the person. With that, no, nakukuha mo yung interest niya at attention. So, next is opening the interview. So, magsisimula na tayo, no? So, the interviewer should identify himself and the agency to which he belongs. So, sabihin mo kung sino ka, anong rango mo, ano ka, anong designation mo, at kung saan kang organization. You should try to size up the interviewee and reach the tentative conclusion about his type. Then use the best interview approach. So, before you start, or before you open an interview, so you size up the person to be interviewed. Ibig sabihin ng size up, hindi mo susukatin, but to observe what particular behavior a person have. Parang serious type ito Parang jolly type ito Parang happy-go-lucky type of person ito So, this requires different approach. Next is, you should keep in mind the provisions of law regarding the rights of the people under custodial investigation. So, usually sa custodial investigation, it attach an incriminatory statements or inquiry. So, kailangan natin, alam natin kung hanggang saan lang tayo. Yung limitasyon natin when it comes to questioning a person. Especially on the time. Now, we proceed to the body of the interview. So ano ba ang nilalaman nito? The interviewee should be allowed to tell his own story in his own words without interruption. Tinatanong mo siya, so hayaan mo siyang sumagot. So do not interrupt him. Kasi once na tig-interrupt mo siya, masisira yung momentum niya sa pagbibigay ng information. Remember that? Nag-iisip siya during that time habang nagkukwento siya. At always remember, baka sa pag-interrupt mo dun, nakalimutan niya na yung gusto niyang sabihin sa'yo. O i-include sa investigation mo. So, this includes, di ba, the interview includes continuity and clearness. Tuloy-tuloy lang, no? Sunod, question, answer. Then if it is okay, or if it is in abundance, then proceed to another. Then questions, then answer. So, gano'n, no? Range of interview is broadened. So, malawak, no? It will not stick to specific aspect. Kasi hindi natin maintindihan yung isang bagay kapag hindi natin inintindi yung kabuuan ng sitwasyon. So, in order to emphasize the data we need, the interview must be broadened. Malawak. Malawak. And the last is, helps the interviewee recall and relate the events in the proper order. Yes, it is true. Kasi kapag ini-interrupt mo yan palagi, nadi-disrupt yung pag-discuss niya, na-interrupt, no? Yung pag-discuss niya, at nung pag-recall niya ng mga events, kasi ini-interrupt mo. So, supposed to be, no, na ibigay niya sana yung necessary or important information na kailangan mo, but unluckily, because of your interruption to the interview or to the discussion or to the interview of that person, nakalimutan niya. Next is, interviewer should keep to the point at issue and should not wander too far from it. Yes, it is correct. Sinasabi ko kanina na it must be broad. Pero see to it na hindi na malayo sa issue in questions. Sa tinatanong natin. Kasi kapag malayo na dyan, wala na yan silbi or halaga doon sa investigation natin. Ulitin ko, yes, no, the question must be broad or malawak. It must, hindi siya dapat specific to the point, but also consider the surrounding aspect, no, of that question. Interviewers should be alert for hearsay information. So, in order to question the interviewee on the matter later. So, lahat ng mga hearsay statements dyan ay i-note natin para pagkatapos natin pag-conduct ng interview ay magkakaroon tayo ng clarificatory questions doon sa hearsay statements na binigay niya. Do not interrupt or trend of ideas by abruptly asking questions. However, you may guide the interviewee with innocuous questions such as, so for example, nagsabi siya ganito nung nakita ko po yung apoy, may nakita po akong usok, then Tanungin mo kung anong ginawa mo after that. No? So these are follow-up questions. No? Kung nakalista yung tanong natin, or tinatawag natin na kung naka-structured ang question natin, then we can add something. No? Questions. No? Kaya tinatawag natin na anong ginamit mo during the time. Nagamit ako ng interview. No? Structured and unstructured interview. Bakit anong kahalagahan ng structured and unstructured interview? Sa unstructured interview kasi, alam na natin kung ano yung pwede nating itanong. Kasi nakalista, naka-structured nga. And the purpose of unstructured interview is that magkakaroon tayo ng follow-up questions doon sa mga sagot niya sa structured interview natin. Which is also important. Kagaya nun, sabi ko nga, nakita niya na may usok, nakita niya na may apoy. So, as part of our unstructured interview or question, pwede natin sabihin na, ano yung ginawa mo after mo nakita na may sunog or may apoy or may usok. So, that is the body of the interview. Now, we'll proceed to questioning. So, under questioning, dominate the interview. Be careful and do not allow the interviewee to be the one asking the questions. Yes. Tandaan palagi natin ito. Na hindi ikaw yung tinatanong o tinatanong dapat ikaw yung nagtatanong. So, with that, for dominating the interview. Do not ramble. Have a reason for every questions. Ibig sabihin, hindi watak-watak yung tanong natin. Dapat ito ay naaayon. Pagkasunod-sunod base doon sa sitwasyon na kailangan natin itanong. Kasi once na watak-watak or wasak yung questions natin or wasak yung structured interview na ginawa natin, expect na yung nakalap natin na impormasyon o na data ay hindi din maayos. Watak-watak din. The next one is follow the order of time and bring out the facts in that order. This technique is called as chronological questioning. Example, what, when, where, how, and why. So these are chronological questioning. Pagkasunod-sunod. Hindi natin pwede dapat na ihalo-halo or mix. Kasi unang-una, mangyari ay malilito yung witness or yung taong in-interview natin. So, yung data na ma-acquire natin or information ay halo-halo din. Tayo din mahihirapan. Kayo din na investigator ang mahihirapan doon sa pag-sort out ng mga sagot. Kasi isa-sort out natin yan. Keep your questions simple and understandable. Hindi natin kailangan ipakita sa in-interview natin that we are intelligently or mentally superior sa taong tinatanong natin. As much as possible, kapag nagtatanong tayo o nagko-question tayo or yung question na tinatanong natin ay simple lang at madaling maintindihan. Do not use other terms na makakalito sa tao. Keep it simple. The simple the questions, the better. Next is the dangers of leading and misleading questions should be borne in mind. sometimes, no, isa ito sa mga factors na kailangan din natin iwasan. Misleading questions that results to incriminatory questions or accusatory questions. So as much as possible, kaya sinasabi ko that time na lahat, no, ng questions natin ay naka-structured. When you say structured, nakasulat. And see to it na yung mga tanong natin or questions natin during interview na naka-structured ay chronologically arranged according to the data we need to acquire. Next, wait for the answer to one question before answering or asking a second one. So, patapusin muna natin yung tanong at yung sagot bago tayo magtanong ulit. Kasi pinuputol natin eh. Once na nagtanong tayo, tapos nagsagot siya, tapos hindi pa siya tapos sumagot, nagtanong ka na, so pinuputol natin yung flow ng sagot niya doon sa question natin. So hindi buo ang information na na-acquire natin doon sa tanong natin sa kanya. Next is, ask important questions in the same tone of voice. So, yung tono ng boses natin as much as possible, hindi man matapang, hindi man sobrang bait. The next is, as a rule, avoid a trick or bluffing questions. So ito, no, pananakot, no, pambabluff. So it must be avoided. Hindi kailangan ito gamitin. Or as much as possible, do not use your position or rank. No? Kasi sometimes, kapag nagtatanong tayo, huwag natin i-boast na ganito tayo, I'm ganito, I'm this. So you are saying, no, parang pinapalabas mo lang that you are superior to that particular person. Remember, ang kailangan natin dito ay information, no, na ibibigay niya. So as much as possible, maayos yung treatment natin sa kanya. At maayos tayo magtanong. So next is, requires inquiring past history of the interview involving something unpleasant. If it is wise to use introductory remarks. So yung mga past experiences niya when it comes to the events, no, or incidents is of importance also. Dati ka na bang naka-experience, no? Or nakakita ng sunog. So those are introductory remarks or inquiring the past or history of the interviewee. Para ma-relax din siya, no? At mabigyan siya ng ideya kung ano yung mga dapat niyang isagot sa tanong mo. Next is closing. So, nagko-question na tayo, patapos na tayo. So, before closing the interview, the law enforcer should make a mental check of the purpose of the interview and should analyze what was learned, then decide whether he has attained his objective. He should be guided in this respect, the 5 W's and 1 H's. Or sabi nga ng professor ko dati, 5 wives and 1 husband. So with that, no, nakikita natin kung ano yung naging resulta ng interview natin at ng questions natin sa witness or interviewee. With that, no, na na-assess natin, meron pala tayong kulang. So pwede pa natin itanong sa kanya para in support doon sa mga questions or listed questions doon sa structured interview na ginawa mo. Kumbaga, follow-up questions So, nung tatingnan mo, para may kulang yung sagot niya doon sa tanong mo, then you can ask, no? Because yung objective mo ay hindi pa na-fulfilled. Hindi natin siya dapat hayaan na makaalis na, no? Saka pa magano, no? Because, no? It is a waste of time. As much as possible, doon pa lang, we must assess, evaluate yung result ng interview natin. Kapag, and if in case na may kulang, then we can ask. So in closing, it is the most important aspect of interview that you say thank you. The interviewer should always leave the door open for a re-interview. Huwag natin i-close yung aspeto. No? The door literally mean na pintuan. But the opportunity to have a time again for interview. After that, no, sinasabi natin na inaasahan ka namin, no? So sa sunod na mga bagay na kapag kinakailangan ka namin, sana mabigyan mo kami ulit ng oras mo. So that statement shows that you are open or you are still open for another interview just in case if it is necessary. And with that, after that, don't forget to say thank you after the interview. So that is, those are the things we need to know, to study, or to internalize about conducting interview. Remember, in conducting interview, it is very important or essential in conducting investigation. Since the information we gather in interview is of significant aspect to the case. Sabi nga natin, investigative interviewing or interview is a fundamental features of investigation. Next, let us proceed to interrogation. Do you have any questions when it comes to interview? Or we will proceed now? Okay, this is the second and the last topic. I hope, no? Do you want another break? 5? It is already 5 in the afternoon. Do you want another break or we will continue?
Tuloy na po, sir. Continue na po, sir.
Sige, no? At least matapos at makapahinga tayo ng mas maaga. So now let us proceed to interrogation. So, sabi dito ni Rex Satorum, no? I mean, the fact is that some of this information that we have found out that lead to Osama bin Laden actually came from these enhanced interrogation techniques. Because of that, na-locate nila yung lugar kung saan nagtatago si Osama bin Laden. That is the use of interrogation techniques. But remember, in interrogation techniques, or interrogation, there are certain limitations. So, in interrogation, probably focuses on the questioning of a person suspected of having committed an offense or a person who is reluctant to make a full disclosure of information in his possession, which is pertinent to the investigation, and thus, interrogation best apply for the suspect. So it can be also defined as a rigorous questioning, no? Or a vigorous questioning, or somewhat considered as a skillful questioning to a person. Rigorous in the sense that it requires ample time, energy, effort para sumagot lang at magbigay ng information yung suspect. That's why we called it a rigorous questioning or a vigorous questioning or a skillful questioning. Okay. So please bear in mind that in interrogation, probably we are under in the stage of custodial investigation. Kasi kapag nagkakandak tayo ng inquiry, usually talaga, ang tao na yon is under custodial investigation na. So, remember, no? The importance of interrogation is to obtain information of the result of two aspects. So, dalawa lang, no? Ang interrogation. Either to discover the guilt of the person or innocence of the person in the interrogation. Or to obtain a confession to the crime from a guilty suspect. But sometimes it would result to admission. To include the suspect to make admission. So itong dalawa, no? Either confession or admission. Next is to know the surrounding circumstances of the crime. And to learn of the existence and location of physical evidences such as documents or weapons. So, if you can observe, no, in the objective or importance of interrogation, it directly, no, pinpoint or pointing out to the crime in question or to the act in questions, particularly committed by the suspect. So that is the difference of interrogation from interview. To learn to identify of accomplices or accessories, no, in the crime. To develop information which will lead to the fruits of the crime. We say fruits, yung resulta, no, ng krimen na ginawa niya. No? And to develop additional leads for the investigation. Last is to discover the details of any other crime in which the suspect participated. So before that, no, before this, no, the importance of interrogation during custodial investigation is that, no, we can deduce information which will directly, no, incriminate, no, a person, no, or questions which is directly attached to the crime committed. So in preliminary conduct of interrogation, the interrogator should identify himself at the outset and state in general the purpose of interrogation. He must advise the suspect of his rights against self-incrimination and inform him that he does not have to answer questions. If he does answer, these answers can be used as evidence against him. He must inform the suspect of his rights to counsel and that a state-appointed counsel will be made available without cost to him. If he so desires, no questioning of the suspect unless the latter has definitively waived his right to silence. Ordinarily, the investigator should be alone with the suspect and, of course, the latter's lawyer if he has requested counsel. So ito yung mga instances or scenario na pwede mangyari during preliminary conduct of interrogation. Because remember, it is a time of custodial investigation. So, what are those questions under custodial investigation would be? What is custodial investigation? So, under interrogation, what are the rights granted to a person under custodial investigation? What are the effects and penalties for violation of these rights? And fourth, when do these rights cease to be available? First, we will answer custodial investigation. So our Supreme Court consistently defines custodial investigation as the stage, where an investigation is no longer a general inquiry or interview into an unsolved crime, but has begun to focus on a particular suspect taken in custody, who carry out a process of interrogation. Tanda na? Usually kasi, sa custodial investigation, nagkakaroon na tayo ng interrogation. That leads itself to elicit incriminating statements. Yung incriminating, ito yung nagtuturo sa suspect doon sa krimen na nangyari. It involves questioning initiated by law enforcement officer after a person has been taken into custody or deprived of freedom or action in any significant way. But remember, however, we have certain laws with regards to certain rights of the person. So usually, those persons under interrogation are arrested person. So we have Republic Act 7438, or the act defining certain rights of a person detained or under custodial investigation. So this law has expanded the definition of custodial investigation. Specifically, the law provides that the said investigation shall include the practice of issuing an invitation to a person who is investigated in connection with an offense he is suspected to have committed. So, papasok na daw yung custodial investigation dito when it comes kapag nagbigay ka na ng invitation sa kanya, Yung mga pulis baga mahilig kasi mangimbita. Iniimbitahan ka namin, sir, na pumunta sa sa presinto, So, tandaan, So, mahirap yan ang imbita-imbita na yan, As much as possible, alam natin, So, given this, it is incorrect to conclude that custodial investigation is always the consequence of an arrest. Tandaan, sa custodial investigation doesn't necessarily mean na inaresto ka. It includes also yung invitation. Iimbitahan ka or you invite a person for interrogation or questioning. Someone can be considered to be under custodial investigation when invited for questioning by law enforcement officer, even though the person has not been formally arrested. So that is under Republic Act number 7438. The second question that arises under custodial investigation, interrogation, what are the rights granted to a person under custodial investigation? Ano ba yung mga karapatan na dapat natin ibigay sa kanya? So after knowing what's custodial investigation, the next crucial matter to discuss is the rights of a person subject thereto. This includes the Miranda rights. So Miranda rights under Article 3, Section 12, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution provides that any person under investigation for the commission of an offense is guaranteed the following rights. So what are these rights? First is the rights or the right to remain silent. Alam naman natin yan, no? So what is a right to remain silent? So a person under custodial investigation has the right to refuse answering any question. If he indeed refuses, this may not be used against him. The second one is the right to the competent and independent counsel. So preferably of his own choice. If the person cannot afford services of the counsel, he must be provided with one. So it is stated in the case, a jurisprudential case or jurisprudence case in People versus Rapeza, GR number 169431. Dito, sa kaso na ito, pinapakita na kahit walang pera yung tao, dapat yung Estado ay magbibigay sa kanya ng abogado. The Supreme Court held that purpose for providing counsel to a person under custodial investigation is to curb the enforcement or law enforcement state practice of extracting a confession that leads suspect to make self-incriminating statements. Ito baga, magsabi ka self-incriminating statements, ito yung mga statements na sinasabi mo against sa'yo or laban sa sarili mo. Kasi nga, sabi nga natin, the prosecution is the one who will provide the evidence for your guilt. Parang yung ginawa baga ni Trillanes, kung na-observe nyo doon sa hearing dati kay, sino ba yung Paulo Duterte ba yun? Sabi niya, alam ko may tato ka sa likod ng triad. So kung ikaw yung nag-aakusa or ikaw yung nagbibigay na accusation, dapat you provide necessary evidence. Not to take the evidence of the person accuses or accused. So, sinabi niya kasi na, okay, kung nagsasabi ka talaga ng totoo, na wala kang tato dyan sa likod mo, sige nga, ipakita mo yung likod mo. So that is incriminating. Yung tao na inaakusahan mo, siya din ang nagbibigay ng statement or evidence para incriminate siya or para mapatunayan yung kasalanan niya. Did you get it? Nakuha niyo? So there should be meaningful communication and understanding of rights by the suspect. and opposed to a routine, peremptory, and meaningless recital thereof. Parang yung ibang kilala ko. Sinasabi na kapag nanguhuli sila or under custodial investigation or arrest, sinasabihan nila yung akusado or yung tao, Miranda rights ha? Miranda rights. Tandaan mo yan kapag tinanong ka ng abogado. Sabihin mo na sinabi namin yung Miranda rights ha? Without any citing of that certain rights or provisions. Kasi kailangan mo sabihin yan. No? Sabihin mo na doon sa tao na maiintindihan niya din mismo. Hindi na sasabihin mo lang sa kanya na meron the rights ha? Meron the rights. Tandaan mo ha? Sinabi ko yan ha? Parang ganun ba? Kasi marami akong kakilala na ganun eh. So kaya nga nadidismiss ang kaso dahil sa ginagawang ganyan. So not only does a person under custodial investigation have the right to counsel, but the provision states that said counsel must be an independent and competent one, preferably of his own choice. Ang ibig sabihin dito, yung preferably of his own choice, siya mismo, nung gusto niya, no? And credible. Jurisprudence explains that the lawyer called to be present during the investigation should be as far as reasonably possible the choice of the individual undergoing questioning. Huwag natin sabihin na, hey sir, nag-conduct pala kayo ng investigation, custodial investigation, interrogation pala, wala siyang abogado. Kasi during the time kasi sir, wala kami makita sir na abogado eh. Or yung iba, sinasabi kasi nila, na binigyan nila ng abogado, competent lawyer. Pero tapos na yung custodial investigation o tapos na yung inquiry. So, paano naprotektahan yung karapatan ng tao doon or ng suspect doon o ng person na naaresto doon? Itapos na yung pagtatanong nyo or yung interrogation nyo bago dumating yung abogado. Na titingin sana kung yung mga tanong nyo is either non-incriminating or incriminating. Misleading or not misleading. The next one is the right to be informed, no, of such rights. So, these three rights, widely known as Miranda rights, were adopted by the Philippine jurisprudence and later on included in the drafting of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Following the 1966 decision of the United States Supreme Court in the landmark case of Miranda versus Arizona. So, ito yung foundation ng Miranda rights natin. So, tig-adapt natin yung Miranda rights ng US during the time ng Miranda versus Arizona case. Ito yung pag-recite ng constitutional rights or Miranda rights ng akusado or ng inaresto. These rights may be waived unless made in writing and in the presence and assistance of counsel. So, pwede naman pala i-waive yung karapatan nito. Yung karapatan sa Miranda rights. Dapat, so as long na ito ay nakasulat at andyan mismo in the presence of a lawyer ng akusado. Next is rights against torture, force, violence, or threats on intimidation. So, dadaanan ko na lang. So, that is Article 3, Section 12 of the Constitution provides that no torture, violence, threat, intimidation, or any other means which vitiate the free will shall be used against a person under investigation. So it further states that the use of secret detention places, solitary, incommunicado, or other similar force or forms of detentions are prohibited under the rights against torture, force, violence, threat, or intimidations. It is under Article 3, Section 12 of our Constitution. Okay, we will proceed to, and another thing is the rights to visit and conference. No? So the third question is, what are the effects of penalties for violation of these rights? For example, no, nakaligtaan natin, hindi natin no na-anticipate na nagkamali tayo dito. So Article 3, Section 12, Paragraph 3 of the Constitution states that any confession, admission in violation of the above rights shall be inadmissible in evidence. No? Confession or admission covered by this provision need not be explicit as long as they are part of evidence communicated in nature. In People versus Hongko, the Supreme Court applied this rule to participation of the accused in reenactment of the crime scene. In People versus Enriquez, the High Court held that the marijuana cigarettes, where the accused wrote his name without the assistance of counsel, is inadmissible as evidence. So just in case, no, yung lahat na nakuha natin ng mga statements and evidence ay hindi natin pwede igamit or gamitin against doon sa suspectsado or sa akusado. Once na hindi natin sinunod yung proseso sa interrogation under custodial investigation. Then the fourth one is, when do these rights cease to be available? So, custodial investigation does not include quasi-judicial or judicial investigation conducted by fiscal or the judge or the prosecutor. So, Justice Andres Narbasa discussed that the rights of a person under custodial interrogation do not apply or extend to person under preliminary investigation or those already charged in court for a crime. So kung under preliminary investigation ka na, under na sa pangalaga or hawak na ng prosecutor or sa korte na mismo, yung custodial investigation, no, ay hindi na sakop dito. So next is the interrogation room. So ano ba dapat ang interrogation room? So the room should provide freedom of distraction and it should be designed simply to enhance the concentration of both the interrogator and the subject on the matter under questioning. So this is, no? So dapat, no, walang disturbo. So as much as possible. But in some other stations, wala naman tayo budget para dyan, di ba? Or hindi enough, no? I think a small room free from distraction is quite good or better under interrogation room. Basta, no, na-fulfill natin doon na walang distraction. Next is interrogation techniques. No, ano yung mga techniques na gagamitin natin during interrogations? First is emotional appeal. No, so anong emotional appeal? So emotional appeals, no, so place the subject in the proper frame of mind. The investigator should provide emotional stimuli that will prompt the subject to unburden himself by confiding. So emotional appeal, no? It is when, no, that you set the mind of that particular person or the particular emotion of that person in order to unburden him, no? Tanggalin mo yung mga nararamdaman niya. Maging kalmado siya, maging relax siya. No? In order, no, himself, no, to confide you or to participate, no, in the interrogation. Kasi, we know, no? Kapag you are under interrogation, kinakabahan ka talaga. Next is sympathetic approach. So, alam naman natin, no? Sympathy, from the word itself, sympathy. The suspect may feel the need for sympathy or friendship. Dito, as an investigator, ipapakita natin na may simpatya tayo sa kanya. Or nakikisipatya tayo sa kanya. So, I am your friend. No, andito ako para tulungan ka, no, para hindi na bumigat yung krimen, no, or yung penalty mo. So, para mag-cooperate ka lang. So, that is sympathetic approach. No? Next is kindness. Kindness is the simplest technique is to simply assume that the suspect will confess if he treated in a kind and friendly manner. Yes, no? Isa ito sa mga aspeto na isa sa pinakamagandang techniques yung employing kindness to the person interrogated. So, mabait ka, no? So, pagdating mo dyan, no? Itiguferan mo siya, you want coffee? No? You want something to eat? No? How's your day? No? So, those are simple things, no? Or simple manners that show kindness to that person. Ang purpose mo lang kasi dito para makuha mo yung loob niya. Na eventually, no, na magbigay siya ng information that will lead to his or to her confession. Next is extenuation. So extenuation, no, it is the investigator indicates that he does not consider his subject indiscretion and grave offense. So as if that you are in normal situation. Shifting the blame. The investigator makes clear his beliefs that the subject is obviously not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in a crime. Ito yung shifting the blame, parang imbes na siya yung sisihin mo, parang sinisisi mo yung iba. No? Dahil sa nangyari sa kanya. That's what we call shifting the blame. As much as possible, no? Isa sa mga aspeto na pwede din natin gamitin. Kasi once na siya yung sinisisi mo, the more siya na hindi makikipag-cooperate sa'yo. And the famous one, I think, no, alam niyo ito, no? The Matt and Jeff, no, techniques or strategy. There is two agents which are employed. No? Matt, the relentless investigator who is not going to waste any time because he knows the subject is guilty, and Jeff, on the other hand, is obviously a kind-hearted man. So dito sa Matt and Jeff, kailangan mo dito ng dalawang investigator o dalawang tao na mag-interview or mag-interrogate sa tao. Isa yung mabait at isa yung will stand as an evil person. Yung isa, no, ipapakita niya na masama siya, no, at isa, ipapakita niya na mabait siya. So that is Matt and Jeff technique. Under interrogation techniques. So, criminal interrogation. What are the types of offenders and approaches? We have emotional offenders. So, kung emotional offenders, ano ang dapat natin gawin? So, they have a greater sense of morality. They easily feel remorse over what have they done. Because they are emotionally disturbed. So, once na nakuha mo yung emotions nila, o nakuha mo yung pinupunto nila, ng nararamdaman nila, then, it is quite good. You are doing better. Or you are doing great. Next is non-emotional offenders. So, we say non-emotional offenders normally doesn't feel any guilt. Ito yung hindi nakaramdam ng konsensya. So, the best way to interrogate them is through the factual analysis approach. Ang gagamitin mo dito is about facts. reasoning with the subject and letting him know that his guilt has already been or will soon be established. Dito, sa aspeto nito, ang approach na pinapakita mo is that dito sa factual analysis approach, so dito ay pinapakita mo sa offender na ini-interrogate mo na alam mo, no? Or na-establish mo na yung guilt niya, or you're able, no, to establish sooner, no, the guilt of this person. So these are the types of offenders and the different types of approaches, no? So, by emotions. So, dalawa lang naman eh, emotionally and non-emotionally offenders. Next is interrogation of suspects whose guilt is definite or reasonably certain. So, maintain an attitude which shows that you are sure to yourself when you conclude that the subject is indeed guilty. Is it definite? Reasonably, you are sure. No? You are sure, no, na guilt or guilty talaga siya, na siya talaga nagawa. Ngayon, ay papakita mo dun sa kanya yung attitude na alam mo talaga na siya talaga mismo ang gumawa ng isang krimen. Kasi kapag ipapakita mo doon na hindi ka sure doon sa mga bagay na tinatanong mo sa kanya, then, so, maglalakas ang loob niya na i-deny yung itong mga akusasyon laban sa kanya. The subject should be made aware of the fact that the interrogator knows information indicating his guilt, and that interrogator is not merely fishing for evidence. Ito na ipapakita mo na hindi ka lang gawa ng kwento. Ipapakita mo sa kanya na hindi ka nag-speculate o nagbibigay ng senaryo. But, nag-research ka. Nag-conduct ka ng investigation about the person itself. So, in that way, so maramdaman niya talaga na natatrap na siya doon sa case na ito. So let the subject know that he is showing signs of deception, some of which are pulsation or carotid neck artery. Kita natin yung sa liig natin dito, no? Magalaw-galaw. Excessive activity of Adam's apple. Habang sumasagot siya, after niya sasagot, yung Adam's apple niya ay gagalaw. Pag sagot niya, lulunok siya ng laway. Gagalaw yung Adam's apple niya. So sabi daw, in deception detection, isa daw ito sa mga signs, no, na nagsisinungaling yung isang tao. Next is, next signs, no, or next aspect that we can observe that a person is lying is that he avoids, no, his eyes to the investigator. Hindi siya tumitingin or hindi siya makatingin ng diretsyo o direkta sa taong nagtatanong sa kanya. But it doesn't necessarily mean 100% na kapag ito ang nangyari, he is guilty. Because there are instances talaga na may mga tao na kapag ilagay mo dito sa ganitong sitwasyon, ay kinakabahan talaga. Example nga, no, sa either sa schooling or sa masteral nga natin or sa doctoral nga natin, hindi naman tayo guilty, pero kapag tinatanong tayo ng professor natin or law professor natin sa isang kaso, ay hindi tayo makatingin ng diretsyo sa kanya. So, but this is a sign, no, This is the sign of lying or deception. Next is dryness of the mouth. So, nanunuyo, no? Kasi naubos na yung laway niya kakalunok. Swearing of truthfulness of assertion. Ito baga yung sinasabi, hindi pa nga nakapagsimula ng statement niya, ang sinasabi niya na agad, sa totoo lang talaga, sir. Yan talaga ang pagkakaalam ko. So, wala pa nga. Totoo na agad sinasabi mo. Next is spotless past records or religious man. Reliyoso akong tao, sir. Lagi ako nagsisimba. This aspect is in order to hide his activities. And the last one is, not that I remember or as far as I know, expression. Ay isa sa mga punto na nagsisinungaling din yung isang tao. Ito bagang kapag tinanong mo na, ang unang salita niya ay, sa pagkakaalam ko lang talaga, sir, hindi talaga ako kasama dyan. Is a sign of deceptions. Mga sinyalis lang ito, no? But it is not conclusively na nagsisinungaling talaga ang tao. So, pero isa ito sa mga observable aspect natin, no, na pwede natin i-take note kapag nagkakandak tayo ng interrogation. So, next is interrogation of suspect whose guilt is definite. This includes another is sympathize with the subject by telling him that anyone else under similar conditions or circumstances may have done the same thing. Reduce the subject's guilt by minimizing the moral seriousness of his offense. In order to secure the initial admission of guilt, the interrogator should suggest possible reason, motives, or excuses to the subject. Para makuha mo yung niya, no? Yung loob niya. Sa tingin ko kasi, no? Dapat aminin mo na lang para bumaba yung kaso mo o yung penalty sa'yo. No? Encouraging the subject to tell the truth, display some understanding and sympathy. Alam mo, naintindihan talaga kita. Kasi kung ako sa sitwasyon mo, yun din ang gagawin ko. No? Isa sa mga aspeto, no? Point out the possibility of exaggeration on the part of the accuser or victim or exaggerate the nature and seriousness of the offense itself. Itong sasabihin mo din sa kanila na o sa kanya na parang sumusubra naman yung inakusa nila sa iyo, no? Sa tingin mo ba, no? Hindi talaga nararapat yan sa iyo. So with that way, so parang kinakampihan mo siya. At malay mo, no, magbibigay siya ng information. Sasabihin niya, oo nga sir Sa totoo nga lang sir, ganito lang kasi yung ginawa ko. So with that aspect, napasalita mo siya. No? It is very essential also. Early in the interrogation, have the subject situate himself at the scene of the crime or in some sort of contact with the victim or the occurrence. Seek an admission of lying of some incidental aspect of occurrence. And to appeal to the subject's pride by will-selected flattery or by a challenge to his honor. So alam ko na ikaw ang tao ay, mapapagkatiwalaan talaga and with dignity. So bakit ka inakusahan nila? Next is point out the useless of lying. So hindi mo na kailangan magsinungaling, no? Because we have all the evidences, no, to prosecute you. point out to the subject the grave consequence and futility of the continuation of this criminal behavior. Kasi kapag itutuloy-tuloy mo pa ito mga gawain mo, mabubulo ka talaga sa kulungan. Rather than seek a general admission of guilt, first ask the subject a question regarding some detail of the offense. Ito yung isa sa pinaka objective natin. Admission of guilt in conducting interrogation. And when co-offenders are being interrogated and previously described techniques have been ineffective, play one against another. Example, nagamit tayo ng Matt and Jeff doon sa dalawang akusado. So, pwede natin i-vice versa. Ipalit natin yung sitwasyon. Malay mo, makakakuha tayo ng maayos na information or sagot doon sa interrogation natin. Next is interrogation of suspects whose guilt is uncertain. Hindi tayo sure, no? Ask the subject if he knows why he is being questioned. Tanungin natin, no? Alam mo ba kung bakit ka tinatanong, interrogate, no? Regarding sa krimen na nangyari? Ask the subject to relate all he knows about the crime, the victim, and the possible suspect. As much as possible. Kasi kapag matatalinong mga kriminal, ay hindi talaga magsasalita nito. Nasasabihin lang yan usually sa'yo ay hindi niya alam yung tinatanong sa kanya. Obtain from the subject detailed information about his activities before, during, and after the occurrence under investigation. And when certain facts suggestive of the guilt are known, ask him about them rather casually. And as to the real facts were not already known, to give the subject an opportunity to lie. And at various intervals, ask the subject certain pertinent questions with regards to the case. Another is that, no, refer to some non-incriminating evidence to determine whether the subject will attempt to explain it. When you say non-incriminating evidence, tatanungin natin siya, no, sa mga bagay na walang relasyon doon sa kaso o sa bagay na inaakusa sa kanya. With that, malay mo, ay baka magpaliwanag siya doon. Ask the subject whether he ever thought about committing the offense or one similar to it. So, try natin, no? Tanungin. Sa tingin mo ba, gagawin mo pa? Leading ba? Gagawin mo pa? No? Sa susunod, ang ganitong krimen? The word gagawin mo pa, ibig sabihin, may ginawa na siyang dati. In theft cases, just in case, no, if the suspect offers to make restitution, the fact is indicative of guilt. Ito magsasabi na babayaran niya na lang yung mga nanakaw niya at sinunog niya is an indication of guilt, no, or an indication that he is the one who committed that particular crime. Then ask the subject if he is willing to take a lie detector test. So, ito, kailangan talaga ng consent. No? Consent ng isang akusado. We cannot force a person to be subject or subjected to the lie detector test or polygraph test. And subject who tells the investigator, all right, I'll tell you what you want, but I couldn't do it, is in all probability of guilty. So, ito yung mga words na pwede natin ma-indicate na probable guilty yung tao. Alright. O sige, sasabihin ko ng lahat, pero hindi ko magawa eh. Kasi natatakot siya sa consequence or resulta or yung resulta ng pag-confess niya or pag-admit niya sa krimen na nangyari. Next is general suggestion regarding the interrogation of criminal suspect. So, interview the victim, the accuser, or the discoverer of the crime before interrogating the suspect. Be patient and persistent. Make no promises when asked. And view with skepticism the so-called conscience-stricken confessions. So, ito yung sinasabi natin na, kumbaga, nagiging kind ka sa kanya. Next, when a subject has made repeated denials of guilt to previous investigators, first question him. Whenever circumstances permit about some other unrelated offense of a similar nature of which is also considered to guilty, and an intelligent, uneducated criminal suspect with a low cultural background should be interrogated on a psychological level, comparable to that usually employed in the questioning of a child. Siyempre, kapag nagtatanong tayo sa tao, sa suspect, titingnan natin yung level of education niya and intelligence. Malay mo, hindi na siya nakakasunod kasi kaya hindi siya sumasagot sa mga tanong mo. So, interrogation of witness and other prospective informants. Give the witness or prospective informant an assurance that the offender will not harm or any members of the family and that there is a witness protection program. Yes. I-emphasize natin itong witness protection program or witness protection order. Specially designed to make the contingency when it becomes necessary. Siyempre, usually, yung mga witness, ayaw yan mag-participate sa criminal aspect, na aspekto. Because isa sa mga rason doon ay natatakot sila. Kaya para mawala yung takot doon, so bigyan natin sila ng assurance na sila ay protektahan ng Estado. Then the next one is, if such witness or prospective informants refuses to cooperate with the police or law enforcers, try to serve any bond between him and the offender. Proceed to interrogate the witness or informants as if he were the suspect. And the last, the guidelines in conducting interrogation. Ask one question at a time. Ito yung sinabi ko kanina. Para makakuha tayo ng simple at direktang response. Avoid question that can be answered yes or no. Kasi wala tayong makukuha dito sa yes and no na ito. Ipanarrate natin as much as possible yung sagot niya. Be positive in your approach, but let the person save face if necessary so that you may obtain further information. So wag natin ipahiya yung tao. As much as possible, positibo yung approach natin sa pagtatanong. Huwag natin siya ipahiya. Give the person time to answer. Do not be uncomfortable with the pauses in the interview. Oras. Patapusin natin siya. Bigyan siya natin ng ample time na mag-isip or i-recall yung mga bagay-bagay na isasagot niya doon sa tanong natin. And the last is, listen to answers, but at the same time, anticipate your next questions. Kasi just in case, hindi natin na-anticipate yung sagot niya, ay pwede tayo mag-follow up ng tanong doon sa sagot niya. Kaya as much as possible, habang nagsasagot siya, nag-iisip tayo, what will be the possible next question doon sa sagot niya. And watch your body language and tone of voice. Titingnan mo, baka sumusobra ka na. Baka galit ka na. Or baka lausay ka na. So this is important also. Then, start the conversation on neutral territory. So, ibig sabihin ng neutral territory, walang iba. No? Kasi once na andyan ka sa lugar kung saan yung mga pamilya, yung biktima, or mismo yung akusado, so that is not anymore in neutral territory to conduct conversation. Remember, tape recorders can be frightening. As much as possible, huwag natin ipakita ito. Or as much as possible, huwag natin ipakita na nagre-record tayo sa cellphone natin. React to what you hear. Huwag ka magpatay manisya. Kapag nagsasagot siya, so you give a nod, bow, just in case, para ipakita sa kanya or sa kanila na nakikinig ka doon sa sinasagot nila. As you move into difficult territory, slow down. Ito ay sa mga questions na medyo mahirap. As much as possible, bigyan natin siya ng oras. Don't rush to fill silences. Kapag hindi siya, nanahimik siya, so huwag natin siya, i-pressure na magsalita agad. Malay mo, nag-iisip pa siya ng dapat niya isagot doon sa tanong mo. Then, pose the toughest question simply and directly. And no meltdowns. You must establish professional distance. Keep your role clear. Your role is to deduce information in the interview or interrogation. Huwag mo na i-include yung iba't ibang uri or huwag mo na isama yung ibang intention dyan sa interview mo or interrogation. So, thank you so much. So, that's all for today and for tonight. I'm very sorry na inaabot tayo ng gabi. So, if you have any question with regards to interrogation, so you can ask. And if not, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Philippine Public Safety College and National Fire Training Institute, especially in Bicol Region, mga Oragon, and I hope, that this lecture will help you a lot in the incoming and future situation you may encounter. I hope that you will be promoted as much as possible, and these lectures will help you. God bless you all, and thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
So, before we end, pwede ba ako makahingi ng picture natin sa nagko-control ng video na ito?
Pre? Yes po, ma'am.
Ay, daw si sir ng photos natin.
Na?
Photo. Picture.
Wait lang. I-stop muna natin tong para sabay-sabay sa screen.
Tama natin si sir.
Late pa rin sabi na nag-capture na kasi tagal namin mag-post.
Naka-off ang audio mo, Ma'am Ron.
Ang tagal ang hina ng net ko. Walang picture si Sir. Ay, walang cam.
Andyan na? Meron na ba akong cam?
Positive, sir, ang camera mo.
Meron si Sir.
Kung sino ang meron dyan, ang hina ng net ko, yun na lang ang mag-picture, ma'am, kasi ang hina ng net ko, hindi nag-ano yung iba. Wala sa akin yung iba. Ang hina ng net. Hindi siya kompleto, look.
Ma'am, ako na po.
Si Sir na lang daw.
Kulang sa akin, kulang ng iba.
1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Tingin na po. 1, 2, ready. Okay, isa po. 1, 2, ready, smile. Okay na po, ma'am, sir.
Okay na, so, so thank you so much. Banggi na. So, pasensya sa, sa overtime. And I hope na magkikita pa kita. Magkikita pa tayo ulit. Malay nyo, mag-schooling kayo sa iba't ibang school sa Bicol, magkikita tayo ulit. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Sir, thank you so much po on behalf of our new director, Senior Superintendent Belinda Chavez, sir, in NFTI staff, and with the 2020-10 from Region 5, sir. Thank you so much po, sir, sa oras and sa bagong knowledge po. Salamat po.
So, looking forward sa future partnership ng NFTI and the Institute of Criminal Justice. Salamat.